Hello, Becky. This is Jody.
Hi, Jody.
Hey, so I'm having a hard time getting in on my computer. I think I've been locked out by SFCC. So I'm working on that in the background, but in the meantime, I am on my phone here.
Okay. Well, no one else is here. You're the only one.
Maybe everyone's having a hard time. I have to
Oh,
do new
you.
passwords.
I had a
Okay.
little trouble getting into.
Hmm.
Okay. Good to know it's not just me. So I'll be
Well, I'm glad
working
you
on it.
found it.
Hey folks, I think you were waiting on me.
Uh, Hi, Pierre. Actually, we're still waiting on George, too.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Thank you for being here, though.
Yeah. Sorry I'm late.
No, that's okay. I think IT's working with George right now. They're on the phone with him, so we'll be moving ahead in a second.
There he is.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry I'm late, folks. I've got a little scrambled brain. I think I don't know if it's due to COVID or whatever, but here I am. Welcome. Do we have a quorum? Uh,
We do. Linda is not here yet, I don't think, but everyone else
okay,
is.
Jody, Pierre, good. Zuby? Zuby, okay, but we still have a quorum. Okay,
sir.
good. Welcome, everyone, on this lovely Wednesday afternoon. I'm glad that you're all here, and this is our last meeting of this year. And I hope you are all well or recovering from whatever you've got. And look forward to the meeting. So, can I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. The agenda is adopted. Thank you very much. Now, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we have one public comment
Okay.
from Steve Martinez, full-time faculty member. As a faculty member, I am writing this letter of concern based on several observations. First, I believe the college is at a dangerous crossroads. We must return most of our courses back to campus. We are a community college and our student population is in desperate need of on-ground learning. While many faculty, like myself and some others, are following President Rowley's mandate, the majority of full-time faculty are not. These faculty members' inequity and disregard for our student population is immoral and unjust. Therefore, I suggest faculty be redirected with immediate effect. Second, staff on campus must return to their offices. The level of productivity on this campus has severely declined. Entire departments are working remotely, which is bringing this campus to a dangerous level of production through a lack of representation. Ultimately, these issues have set the college's morale at an all-time low. And that is it.
Okay. Any other comments? Is that the only
other
public
comments.
comment?
Yes, sir. I believe
Okay.
that's the only public comment we received.
Okay, thank you, Steve Martinez, for your public comment. And now could I have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, moved and
Second.
seconded, approved. We will now go into closed session.
Chair Gamble, I'll need to take roll call.
Okay,
Chair Gamble,
here?
Vice Chair Pugh,
Here.
Secretary Quintana,
Here.
Zuby Wilson,
Agreed.
Member Siegel.
Okay. Roll call has been completed. We will now go into closed session. And thank you very much.
Becky, this is Jody. Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm trying to
George
call.
is working with IT. He's working with IT.
Perfect. Okay. No problem.
They
We'll
just
wait.
he's getting kicked out, but they're working with him. Let's see if they can get it in a few minutes.
Okay. Thanks.
Jody, are you still there?
Hi, Becky. Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. I was behind like 5 different windows here.
Okay, they're still working with George. Do you want to go ahead and just take,
Sure.
start up where we left off? I think we're getting pretty far behind.
Yep, no, that sounds absolutely fine. Pulling up the agenda then. So, um, do Audrey, do we have to do anything to come back into the open meeting? Roll call?
Yes, you'll need to take a vote to come out of the closed session and start the meeting, and then roll call.
Okay, perfect. Do I hear a motion to
That's
come
my
out of the closed session?
So moved.
A second? Let's see. I thought I had seen Zuby out there. Zuby? Can I second it?
I think you can.
Okay, I'm unmuted. I second.
Okay, thank you, Zuby. I could see your name. I just couldn't figure out. So, okay. So, all in favor say aye.
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 All right. Where's that roll
And-
call do we need?
Yeah, so we're doing the roll call to come out of the closed session and go to the open session.
Chair Gamble, not quite here yet. Vice Chair Pugh,
Here?
Secretary Quintana,
Here.
Member Wilson, and Member Siegel is excused.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so coming back into open session. Sorry to take so long. We'll have George with us pretty soon. And we'll move to the president's report and presentations. Over to you, Becky.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pugh. And so I'd like to start with the Employees of the Month Awards. For the Pass It Forward Award, we have Linda Castle, who is the Director of Art on Campus, and she was nominated by Pedro Cordero, who is the greenhouse technician in the School of Trades, Advanced Technologies, and Sustainability. And very kind words there from Pedro. And I just want to add my own congratulations to Linda, because she does a terrific job for all of our Art on Campus events and gallery openings. For the WOW-gram for October, Alan Mirabal from the automotive program was nominated by Julia Furry and Barry Hubbard, who is the Dean for the School of Trades and Advanced Technology and Sustainability, Business, Professional Studies, and Education. We're going to have to come up with some kind of an acronym for that. And again, Alan is very deserving of this award, has worked very hard to help the program working towards their ASE accreditation, which I understand went very well when they had an accreditation visit a couple of weeks ago. For November, we have Eric Gellert from Ceramics, who was nominated by John Cordova from the School of Arts, Design, and Media Arts. Again, Eric's very deserving of this. And again, I really want to express my appreciation to all of these award winners and to everybody who took the time to nominate someone. I think a lot of times we know that people have done really terrific work, but it takes an extra step to go beyond that and actually seek that kind of recognition. So I am going to skip to the end of my report, where there are a few things that are not on the written report. I think I would be happy to answer any kind of questions that you all have about the written report that's prepared that has everything that we're doing on it all of the time. But there are a few things that are not on that I would really like to bring to your attention. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the holiday party that Santa Fe Community College had last Friday. I believe there were over 200 people in attendance. The decorations, the food, the music, everything was absolutely top notch. And I really want to thank our celebrations committee who organized all that. In particular, Lucia Lucero and Audrey. And then also Dobby Schmidt, who really elaborate decorations, quite unlike anything I've ever seen before. But I think people really appreciated being able to do something. This is the first in-person party like this that we've had since 2019, so it was nice to get to do it. We are still on target for our go live date for chess. People are actually able to work in the tenant now. Now we're focusing on the training piece of it. So everyone will need to sign up for a training module. For most people, the training is pretty simple because we'll be doing things like recording our time for payroll, possibly using it to do travel requisitions and things like that. But the training is very well structured and well organized. There are also videos of it that people can access later if you took a training and then needed to go back over and view something later on. So from everything I've heard so far, everything seems to be going extremely well. And the next phase, as you know, is that we are working on the strategic plan for student. The student teams are already starting to meet. The presidents are going to have a second strategic planning next week here in Santa Fe to talk even further about the particular projects that we'd like to see accomplished in the student version of payroll or of Workday. One thing that I would just like to clarify a little bit, this is a new system for us. It's a new system for everybody in the group. And so we have a brand new system, and even though it has, features that are much easier to use and much more modernized than what we've been struggling with through Banner for the last 2 decades or so, it's new. And so there is, of course, going to be all of the orientation that we have to have and just getting used to something new. The other piece of that is that it's new, and we are doing this. We have implemented this with other colleges, and so we're working with other colleges. I just want to let the board know and to remind everyone that I think we're going to have some patience in just figuring out kind of how we work our way through, even though the training is really good, and it will be more and more substantial as we go through. This is a new thing for us. Again, just to reiterate, we are integrating our payroll functions with the other schools so that we will have a common payroll. That is not going to have an impact on the number of people that we have on our campus. HR will be assisting with some of these functions. I've heard a little bit of concern that maybe we're not going to have an HR office. If anything changes in HR, it would be to have more people in HR and not fewer people in HR. So everything having to do with benefits, with employee relations, with hiring, all of that stuff is fully on our campus. So you would access that, talk to people in HR the same way that you would before we implemented Workday. So I just want to make sure that that is clear as we go forward. The student piece, I don't have any details about yet because we have not worked all of those things out. That is a big unknown. And I realize that people would like to have answers to how some of those things will work, but those answers will be worked out and communicated as we work through this process. But remember, again, this is going to be probably a 3-year implementation. So a lot of those answers will come farther on out in the time schedule on this. I want to address a little bit our scheduling on campus of both classes and people on campus. So as you all recall, we have adopted for most people a 3 days on campus, 2-day remote work. This has to be cleared with the supervisors, and it is for people who can work remotely. There are, of course, areas where you cannot work remotely, and so those areas have obviously a different schedule. I have talked to HR quite a bit in the last few days about how they think that's going. I have talked to the other supervisors about how they think it's going. We feel very committed to being able to offer this type of flexibility to our employees. We have been able to hire high quality employees, because we do have a more flexible work schedule, in areas where I feel pretty sure that we would not have been able to track some of the people that we have attracted over the past few months. We are asking that all offices on campus are covered on campus. Now, there are some offices that are very small. So if somebody goes on vacation and somebody else steps out of the office, it's perfectly possible that there wouldn't be somebody in there when you happen to stop by. But we are also encouraging that kind of remote access for appointments and, setting up Teams meetings to get business done. We really have not had issues with complaints from students or from the public, and I feel like that's kind of a testament to how well this has been working. Our classes are about 50-50 on campus and online. That is probably about where they need to be. We are still tinkering with how enrollment looks. So for example, in areas where we have multi-sections in something like English, psychology, whatever, we have some face-to-face, we have some online. So far, the online classes have filled up first. So that does not mean that we need to be offering more online and less face-to-face, but it certainly does mean that we need to be offering face-to-face. The only actual complaints that I've had from students have been about us not offering enough online access in courses where there is only one way to access. There's no, in classes where there's only one section, we often have to cancel if we don't offer something online instead of face-to-face. These are weeds of scheduling, but because these issues seem to be of concern to people, I want to take a minute to talk about these, and we can have further conversations about this later. But I do want you to know that we are monitoring this very, very, very closely. Margaret and the deans are very careful about how courses are being scheduled. But I can answer any questions that you might have about that. One other thing that I'd like to address is the status of our food services. So we have, as I believe I told you in the last meeting, we have an RFQ out for requests for quotes for food services. There are 3 responses, I believe, that we are evaluating. Hopefully we will be able to offer a contract to one of those vendors. We will not be awarding a contract, though, or having anyone start. Now, the contracting part may happen sooner, but no one will start, obviously, until the beginning of the next semester. One of the things that I think we all have to be pretty patient with is just the status of food services in our community. We tried to schedule a lunch meeting for NMICC next week, and we could not get anyone downtown to do lunch for us because many of the restaurants are not serving lunch, and a couple of the ones that would not do a group. So it's an industry right now that is kind of struggling to kind of get its bearings, and of course that's going to cascade over to us in terms of trying to get a vendor to come on campus. They want to make sure that that everything is going to be in place for them to be successful, and that is of interest to us because we do want whoever comes on campus to be successful. I do feel, though, that we are very close to being able to award a contract. Because this is a procurement procedure, I can't really give you any more details than that, but I will update you as soon as I know in more detail. Next week is our LFC budget hearing. So we'll do our NMICC budget presentation in conjunction with the Higher Education Department. I had a meeting with LFC a couple of weeks ago just to kind of go over NMICC's priorities and to kind of get any kind of guidance we can from LFC about what they might be thinking for the budget upcoming. And it seems that there's widespread support for a compensation increase this session. I have not heard a number, so I am hesitant to make any kind of predictions or anything, but I do think that what they settle on will be significant. It won't be one of those really small increases. I'm guessing probably 5% or greater. But as soon as I know more details, and you all know that those numbers can be moving targets during the session. This is a 60-day session, so it'll be a pretty long and drawn out conversation. But there is, from what I can see, extremely widespread support for that. So I don't really feel like we'll have much trouble getting that to go through. The other thing that is of interest that the legislature is looking at right now is that they are monitoring more closely than they have in the past the research and public project requests that many colleges submit. Santa Fe Community College has a nursing expansion request. We get funds for early childhood and our firstborn program through this process. The Small Business Development receives all of its funding through this request. And we also have teacher education funds, and I believe emergency medical services funds. What is happening is that the LFC is starting to scrutinize some of this funding a little bit more than they have in the past. I'm not really sure what that means. I don't think that they're looking to get rid of any of it. I think maybe what they might even be looking to institutionalize a certain amount of it that's been recurring almost. I mean, we have to ask for the recurrence, but we've been getting the funds for a very long time. But that is something that could have a significant impact on our budget. So I'll keep you informed about how that progresses as we go through the session. This hasn't really come up exactly, and the conversation has always been a little different than this. So I don't really know what to expect from that, but we will keep watching it. And then the only other thing that I want to mention is that in October, I was invited and attended I would call it a full day's festivities in Albuquerque when President Biden was in town. This was a community college event. And I want to make you aware of this because in my long time working in community colleges in New Mexico, I have never seen our entire federal delegation with the president focus on community colleges. UNM was not there, New Mexico State was not there, it was CNM, it was Santa Fe Community College, and I believe there was someone there from Mesa Lands, and then HED and our congressional delegation and people from Albuquerque. But the focus was on community colleges. The president talked about community colleges, the role of community colleges, the importance of community colleges. So I feel like that's a really important change to the national picture. A lot of his conversation had to do with student aid and loan forgiveness and sorting all of that out. But it was really nice for the conversation to really be on our agility and our ability to solve problems really in the economy. With that, Mr. Chair, you can see that our the semester ends at the end of this week, and then we will close the campus at the end of the following week. We will be closed for 2 weeks, and then we will resume after the first of the year. We'll have our convocation later on that week and be off to the races again for another semester. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Okay, was Jill Biden there?
She was not, but he talked about her.
Okay.
She was campaigning somewhere, I believe.
Okay, yeah, because of course she is such a strong advocate for community colleges.
Well, it was pretty apparent to me that she had shaped the president's thinking on community colleges.
Good. Okay, questions, comments for Becky? I have just one question. Beck, you said the classes were about 50-50 in the classroom and online. How about high flex classes?
I am not real sure on the figure, and one of my colleagues may know that, but a lot of our our face-to-face classes are also high flex, which is great. But I do want to remind everybody of there is one significant limitation of the way that we are offering high flex, and that's that it's still offered at a particular time during the day. So if you are a working adult and you work during the day and you just absolutely don't have any time off, or you can't take the time to attend even remotely at a specific time, high flex doesn't really help you much.
Right.
Now there are a lot of people who can, get the time and still log in, and it's still much more flexible than a fully face-to-face class. But so we have those other options. And I just want to add too that our enrollment pattern is pretty much mirroring everybody's in the state, in that we've been declining significantly since about 2012. We started to have a slight uptick in 2019. The pandemic hit. We had a huge loss, just like everybody else did. We're up about 4% right now, just like almost everyone else is. We really kind of think that's probably the opportunity scholarship. But I can almost guarantee you that if we were to say we are going to have almost all of our classes on campus, our enrollment would decline precipitously, because our students, this is not a situation where if we build it, they will come. They have not been coming. They have stopped coming over time. I think that many people have figured out that online can work for them in ways that they didn't necessarily know before. And if we don't offer things online, everybody else is. And I think that they will simply stroll over to our competitors without having to miss a beat.
Yeah, I guess if we want to increase classroom attendance, it would mean doing some other things as well on campus.
Well, it's really, it is complicated, and I think we have to, our students are going to dictate how this works. We can't. We can't force them to come out to the college. What they will do, really what a lot of them have been doing is going for short-term programs that we've offered through the HEC that are non-credit and that take 3, 4, 5 weeks to complete. So, we have to find out what students want. And I think, it's easy for us to say, well, we think face-to-face is better for students. And we can debate that all day long. But the reality is many students, most of our students work, most of our degree seeking students work, and they're not able to just take classes when we want to offer them. And so we have to offer them at the times and in the modalities where we're going to be able to meet the needs of our students. And that is hard. I mean, this is hard for everybody. And I recognize that it's hard for me. It's hard for faculty. It's hard for staff. And it's a whole new model. It's a whole new way to look at scheduling, but it's not going back. People have seen a different way of being able to go to school, and we may not like it as well, but if they like it, we're going to have to do it.
Right.
Mr. Chair, if I could just make a comment, and Becky, to your point, I don't even know if it's that they like it so much, but it's what they have to do. Right. I think anyone who's had an in-person class versus online definitely has their preferences, and it seems like most people lean toward that in-person experience. However, if you have to drive across town to get to a class at SFCC and you're working, that's really inconvenient. And so although that may be what you prefer, what works better for your schedule is to do something online. I don't think there's any easy, simple solution. But it's definitely a compromise between online and in person. So yeah, I think we have some work ahead of us to figure out what that balance is, but it has to be a balance. It can't be one or the other.
I appreciate your comment, and I feel like we're kind of getting better at getting the rhythm, but it's still a work in progress.
Okay, any other comments, questions for Becky? If not, let us move on. And we will, thank you, Becky.
Thank you.
Enrollment and retention report.
Thank you very much, Chair Gamble, members of the board, and President Rowley. As always, we thank you for your consideration of our board enrollment report, and I'm more than happy to get started. If I may be able to have access to share my screen, and I believe I do. All right, members of the board, can you see my screen?
If I had a microscope, I could. It's there, but it's tiny.
Is it really tiny? Okay. Is it that way too, Board Member Quintana, Board Member Wilson? Are you having trouble seeing it as well?
I can see it fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's big.
Okay.
It's big on my screen. George, if you hover to the right side of the screen,
Yeah,
you might
it's okay.
zoom in and zoom out buttons on the right side of the screen.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so
Yes.
you can zoom in and make it bigger
Oh,
on
yes.
your own screen.
Oh yeah, very good.
Excellent, Chair Gamble. Can you see it much better now?
I can see it, absolutely.
Wonderful. Once again, thank you all, Chair Gamble, members of the board, and President Rowley. It is my pleasure to fill in for my wonderful colleague, Dr. Tomasino Ortiz Gallegos, and I can provide you with a brief enrollment report. So, as you can see here, the numbers that we are looking at right now are in comparison to end of term, spring 2022, and where we are as of yesterday, December 6th, for the spring 2023 registration period. You can see the numbers. I mean, it's way too early to call. If we are actually looking at where we were at this time last year, we are actually up close to 13% in student overall headcount in comparison to where we were at the midway point of week 4 of the registration period for spring 2022. So that's something to be optimistic about. That's something to be excited about. And we hope that number continues to climb. As you can see here, Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley, just again, these numbers are very, very early. So you're going to see that some of these numbers are still going to look a little bit lopsided from spring 2022 to where we are in spring 2023. But one thing to note, very exciting, we have already exceeded in just the midway point of the 4th week of the spring 2023 registration cycle, we have already exceeded our head count in our seniors, our 65 and plus population. You can see 736 for this semester already, this upcoming semester, in comparison to the end of the spring 2022 term at 692. So we're hoping that our other segments start to climb as well. Just want to also show you a little bit more information here. Our continuing student numbers, returning high school. So very promising. We're already at over 300 registered dual credit students. Very excited about that. After just the midway point of the 4th week of the registration cycle, that's actually really, really decent. We're really hoping and thinking that we are going to see at least 750 to 800 overall registered dual credit students by the time the spring 2023 registration period has concluded. And you can just see here, Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley, the midweek for registration where we are right now in the, as of yesterday, December 6th, and you can see that climb. We are on an upward swing. And as you can see here, we're doing significantly better than where we were at this point in spring 2022. Again, still way too early to call, but numbers are looking promising. On the dual credit side, I also want to share with you some very exciting news. We are working very closely with our partners at Santa Fe Public Schools, and I've been getting a lot of help from all of our respective deans and associate deans, department chairs, in getting some of our dual credit pathways to the Santa Fe Public Schools. The 3 that they are looking at right now and the 3 that we are working very hard behind the scenes to get implemented for the academic year 2023-2024 are engineering, film, and early childhood. Again, we are just in the very brief stages of these talks, but they are looking promising, and there is a lot of work being done right now behind the scenes, both from our internal partners and our external partners at SFPS. So stay tuned as we get more on officially rolling out these pathways to SFPS, because again, it's not just about the overall dual credit enrollment and getting butts and seats. It's also about making sure that these classes make sense for these students and that they're going to be meaningful and actually go towards a degree or certificate, so that it just makes it that much easier for our students to matriculate directly to SFCC. So with that, Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley, I now stand for any questions.
Comments, questions for Marcos?
All right, Chair
Hearing-
Gamble, hearing none, I will pass the baton on over to my colleague, Todd Lovato.
Okay.
Greetings, Chair Gamble,
Hello,
President
Todd.
Rowley, members of the board. Good to see you all. I'm going to introduce my colleague, Dan Miller, who's going to share some brief information with you that I'm personally really excited about. Dan Miller is our Director of Marketing Communications for the college, and for longer than a year, a couple years now, we have been part of the Title V Guided Pathways project. And in many ways, we have adopted elements of this as kind of some of our central themes of our registration and marketing campaign to the community as a whole, as an institution. So Dan, if I got you, come on over, and Mason, if you could give Dan access to share his screen, that would be great. Okay, I see Dan's profile here. I'm going to give you a few more seconds, Dan. This is promising. I'm seeing a screen pop up on my screen. Let's see if this is Dan. Okay, Dan, well, we'll try this again, but we'll see if we can sort out this technical. Was that you, Dan?
I don't know if you can hear me. I just dialed in. If
I got you now.
Give me 2 minutes. I've just got to restart. Unfortunately, even though I set up the microphone and the camera turned on the settings, it for some reason now is telling me that it can't access it. And the only way to do it is to restart the app. So I will return shortly if you've got other business that you can take care of. Apologize for the technical difficulties.
Well, I guess my proposal here would be to move forward on the next item on the agenda, and then we can see if it's appropriate after that to. Our presentation is very brief, and so maybe we can rejoin this. We can also do this at a future meeting, but I look forward to talking with you more. And Marcos and I are both here if you want to have any more discussion or any more questions. Thank you.
Okay. So maybe we will move on, since we're slow today and have a lot to cover. We could get the foundation quarterly report. And you are muted, Kelly.
Yay! I have now unmuted myself. So
Okay.
good afternoon, Chair Campbell, President Rally, members of the governing board. I'm sure I'm not the first nor the last one to do that today, so I apologize in advance. I'm very excited to present to you today for the first time all by myself as the interim executive director of Santa Fe Community College Foundation. So in my report, you will see that for the very first quarter of the fiscal year, we are at $767,000. And I have a lovely breakdown of all the different gifts that have come in with grants from our wonderful grant writers in the Early Childhood Center of Excellence, Katrin and Tekla. What I really want to focus in on is the information at the bottom of the report, which talks about the funding that the foundation has done historically. So this is a little bit of an homage to Ms. Bolt and my time at the foundation for the last few years. So you'll
Kelly,
notice that—
One second. You want to share your screen? And
I surely can.
Put that document up. I don't think I got that document in the, yeah.
Perfect. Can you see, Chair Gamble?
Yep. Thank you.
Beautiful. And I don't know how to make this any bigger, but the thing I wanted to point out, let me see. Oh, good. Okay. I got to figure out how to maneuver here. So we're good to go. So if you look at 2010, which is basically when the history of Deborah and I started, we had an endowment that was valued at $4.28 million. And as of 2022, June 30, we are at almost $11 million. So that is some pretty good numbers. You can see by the pie chart that we've had some really great gifts that came in 2020 that really bounced our numbers way sky high. We also had a really good time in the market, and that is unrealized and realized gains. We're seeing a little bit of a shift now. But something to consider is that we recently received $3 million for the endowment, 2 for the nursing stipends for faculty, and then we received 1.187 for an early childhood bilingual endowed position. So that is coming soon, and we will have almost a $13 million endowment to be working with. So that's fantastically exciting news. These numbers will jump even higher, and thank you to Katrin and to Terry for working with those grants. So the next group is how we fund students. And so we work off of the spendable investment earnings. And you'll notice that in 2010, we were able to provide $160,000. Because our endowment has grown so much, we have now raised that to $320,000. So we have doubled that. And that's just the endowed scholarships that we provide. We also work with Contract for a Better Tomorrow, and we provide those scholarships. We provide PLOS endowed internships, Student Emerging Assistance Fund. So I believe when it all comes down to the final numbers, we have talked about upstreaming $1 million to the college, and about 600,000 of that is directly to student support. So the year-end appeal has been mailed as of November 17th. We've had some social media go out. We have had a couple of e-blasts go out, not including the $2 million that came in for the nursing endowment. We have $300,000 in the door, so I'm very excited about those numbers. They are higher than they were last year. We still have another month to 6 weeks to figure out where we stand at the end of our fundraising big push, and we will do another campaign come spring. So with that information, I stand for any questions if there are any from the group. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Comments, questions? A round of applause for all of the fundraising efforts. Wow. Incredible. Incredible.
Chair Gamble, I have a question.
Please.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi.
Thanks for this. Do you all participate in Giving Tuesday? Do you do anything around that?
We do a little bit. And so this is the first year I've been working with a team called Media Desk. I had a momentary brain part, so sorry about that. So Media Desk is working with me, and we did something this year, and there was a little glitch because we started using MailChimp so we would have better analytics, and that went out a little bit later. But so for our first go around, we had about 1,500 emails that our Giving Tuesday email went out to. We also posted it on my SFCC. And off of that, and this isn't going to sound like a big number, but we had 8 contributions based directly off of that email communication. So, you know, that's 8 new donors that we didn't have before. And we're excited to work with them continuing what we have done now. So it was sort of our first blush, and we are going to be working with them to do a lot more than what we did this year. But this was our foot in the water, if you will.
I don't know how things are working with MailChimp for you, but we ran into an issue here that it goes into people's junk folder or spam.
Okay.
So just FYI, if you're using
Okay.
MailChimp, like it should be, one of the better practices would be to send from an SFCC account. So you can
Yes.
still build it out in MailChimp. Yeah, so we ran into that problem. So I don't know if that's something that you all experienced potentially if it went out that way.
Well, and actually, I'm glad that you brought that up, because Vice President Peter sent me an email because hers came to her from Kelly instead of Kelly Marcus or from the foundation. So that was the first email that we sent out, not for Giving Tuesday, but just for our year-end appeal. And so we went and changed that. So the email would have come from foundation@sfcc.edu. And I'm really hoping that that didn't go to a bunch of junk. We did have quite a few click-throughs, which was really good. So the analytics that we use in our CRM, Bloomerang, our donor management, they're not as robust as we would like, which is why we decided to go with the MailChimp. But I'm going to find out and see if there's any way. How do we find out if it's going to spam or if it's actually hitting their inbox?
Okay, and this like cues me also to check my stuff because I didn't see it come through my regular email, any of my email accounts that
Okay.
the foundation may have. So I can check and get back to you, but just
That would be fantastic. Thank you. And I tried to send it to my personal email.
Tuesday.
Yes, exactly.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you.
Kelly, I wonder, what kind of list do you have of alumni? Like, one of the things I think about is there are, and I'm thinking about alumni, since the college is now 35 years old or so, there are alumni from years ago who are now, in the middle or late part of their careers and would have money.
Yes.
And I wonder to what extent you can find those names, and of course addresses, which is the tricky part.
Yes. And actually, I'm glad that Yash popped on because he and I were talking about this just recently. The foundation has always talked, for at least myself, for the last 7 to 8 years about alumni amongst, the foundation. It's something that we've been wanting to do, something that we've been trying to do, and we just haven't had necessarily the resources to do that. I think one of the problems that we've had, or the issues that we've had, is that with Banner, prior to Banner, some of the data isn't so great. So we're going to be working forward with the data that we do have, and we're going to try and implement something with alumni coming up within the next year to 2. And I would love to let Yash explain a little bit more about that.
Well, thanks, Kelly. I just want to let, hello, Board Member Gamble, Chair Gamble, President Rowley, and the members of the board. Kelly and I had some good conversations, as well as I had some conversations with Charlie. And one of the things we're planning to do next semester is to really do a survey and an outreach of our graduates and start building a database of what's happening to students after they leave SFCC. In particular, we're, in addition to finding donors and seeing what's happening to their careers, we're also interested in sort of seeing how valuable the educational experience was with students in terms of preparing them for after graduation and transfer and all those other things. We've looked at data about our graduates and where they are and all those things nationally. And the challenge there is that there used to be 3 different scientific community colleges in the country. And so that has created some challenges for us using some national vendors to actually use their databases, because we end up finding there's a lot of people in Florida and other places with graduates of scientific community college, and they're not necessarily our graduates, there's somebody else's graduates there. And so this is something that I plan to ask actually Dr. Watson, Dr. Ruthie Watson, who's recently joined us, to sort of lead the effort in the spring semester. And so we hope to have some information for you later in this year. Thank you.
That sounds great. Any other comments or questions for Kelly? Okay. If not, thank you very much, Kelly.
Thank you. Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you, Chair Gamble.
And happy holiday. Okay, we can now move to the Faculty Senate report.
We are. Oh, I'm sorry. Look at these lights behind me. I'm sorry about that. Looks like I'm on a spaceship or something. Hello, everybody. Hello, Chair Gamble. I'll try to stay within my 5. I'll try to stay within my 5 minutes here. I want to report. Obviously, the minutes sort of speak for themselves, and I'll answer any questions that anybody may have about them. But I just wanted to alert everybody to the status of the Faculty Senate. We've lost Cheryl Sensabaugh as our chair. She resigned her position, I don't know, about a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. We've lost Steve DiGiulio as the communications officer. He is done at the end of the semester, I believe, if not the end of the year. And we've lost me as the vice chair. I announced that a few weeks ago, but as it turns out, I won't be on contract to the first of the year, so it doesn't matter. You know, what my reasons might be. I can't be eligible to be vice chair anymore because I won't be on contract. I've been made redundant by the changes to the English curriculum. I don't mind saying that there is an extraordinary degree of frustration at the Faculty Senate. We've lost all of the full-time faculty except for Dave Seco, who is persevering as the Faculty Senate Communications Officer. Otherwise, we have adjuncts who are doing a great job of sort of communicating to the adjunct group specifically and to the whole faculty as well. I can tell you that my frustration is partly born of the fact that it's been just a tough semester. With the losses in the English department, I was given a full-time schedule, and I was paid as an adjunct. I was attacked by a dog. I got COVID. You know, the list of initiatives that were approved by the Faculty Senate for me to carry forward went nowhere. And so it just didn't seem like there was much of a role for me. It didn't seem like I was representing the faculty particularly well. So I wanted to step aside and let somebody do a better job than me. You know, I think that the malaise among the faculty will continue. I think it's you know, we can talk about any specific reason why. We can find rational reasons for why that may or may not. I'm sorry, I'm getting some weird feedback. But we can talk about, you know, any specific reason, but I sort of think of it like as you know, the proverbial bricks in the wall. You know, we've been asking for some specific help with high flex. We've been asking for a voice in many places where we haven't had one. And you know, President Rowley has been nice enough to offer that maybe somebody from faculty can be on the food service RFQ committee. You know, there are these big changes to, like I said, the English curriculum. And there was a lot of work put in by faculty to help with that. And it didn't seem to, in the end, make a difference. So, you know, I'm not saying there are not really good reasons for all the decisions that are being made on campus. What I'm saying is it seems as though the faculty is not a part of the process. I might be a very imperfect voice in conveying that to everybody, but or in understanding and conveying the sort of core reason for the malaise among the faculty. But it is just one voice, and I'm expressing it now. I don't know. I haven't been keeping track of my time, but I think that's about what I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Comments or questions? I mean, I suppose I noted in the faculty minutes an issue around more dialogue. And I guess one of my questions would be, do you feel that there are efforts to increase dialogue? You know, because one of the ways to address a variety of issues is to identify them and talk about them. And it sounded like with that note in the minutes that there was a need for more dialogue.
Right, and I just to address that specific point, I do think that when we asked President Rowley to include us in dialogue, she always does, and it goes farther than that. Though we can't every 2 weeks wait to have a meeting with her and then just bombard her with all these requests. It's sort of a, if I don't mind saying, kind of a systemic culture thing where the faculty just isn't invited to the table as often as I think that constituency believes that they should be. You know, the faculty, most of them are here because this is their profession, this is their passion. And I certainly understand why after having been given the opportunity to teach. It's an amazing journey.
Right.
But you know, it just seems as though we might refer to something like in a meeting somewhere where we talked about how it was mentioned and there's somebody there from faculty and that's good enough in terms of communication. But that's really not good enough in terms of communication. The faculty isn't a dynamic part of the decision-making process here. At least that's not how we feel. We feel as though, you know, we can be invited sort of at the late stages or as an afterthought, but it's not something where it's an automatic, well, let's have faculty be a part of this as well.
Mm-hmm. So have faculty, I guess, you know, one of the questions is which tables are you talking about and which issues are you talking about? Obviously, faculty are busy teaching,
mm-hmm.
and administrators are in place to make decisions, not necessarily, not apart from faculty, but simply recognizing that faculty have their schedules and their commitment. So part of the question might be, what specific tables are you talking about, or what specific issues are you talking about that faculty might be involved in?
Well, you know, if I try to make a list, Chair Gamble, I'll forget some things. I can tell you some anecdotal things that come to mind. One of which is the chess training. You know, I've had faculty contact me and say, you know, we weren't invited to help design the chess training, and a large number of the employees here are faculty. And why weren't we invited to take part in the design of the chess training? That's for instance, this high flex thing where the high flex technology, you know, I've tried to use it a couple of times. It's kind of challenging. We haven't had that specific marrying of different teaching systems, different teaching modalities with the HighFlex system. And we've been complaining about it for a long time. And we've been handed HighFlex classes, not me personally, but without that integrated kind of relationship with administration to deal with that, it just hasn't gone off the ground the way that we were all hoping that it would. And I want to push back a little bit, Chair Gamble, on the notion that teachers should teach, and that's what they're doing. That's what they should do. Every teacher, as part of their, especially the full-time teachers, certainly I've got the time for it. Every teacher has the obligation to serve the college community a certain number of hours per semester,
Right.
outside of their teaching role. And we've got, if you put out an invitation for people to take part and nobody shows up from the faculty, that's on us. But if you send out the invitations, if you make this part of the culture, I think that there will be faculty members. A lot of them will be the same faculty members, but they're sort of de facto representatives of the whole faculty will take part.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's certainly a bit disappointing and confusing that some of the faculty members, whatever's going on with faculty, that people are resigning from their positions. I don't know why that is, but it would seem that faculty, if they can identify areas where they wish to participate and how they wish to participate, then I think that the college would welcome that. But it certainly is confusing when we see that the newly elected chair of faculty resigns. I mean, it's just, again, it's confusing. We don't know the reasons for it, but it doesn't sound like the faculty are organizing and together in their concerns. There may be some differences. Again, I don't know. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just suggesting that some organized effort to communicate with the administration sounds like the way to go. And I don't know, Becky, if you want to say a word or two. I mean, you, Patrick, have said every time you go to Becky, she's open to what you're asking for. So I don't know where the break is in those communications.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I would just, I think that this is something that, is like an ongoing thing that we need to work on. But, one thing that I would say as far as, we use a committee structure, and it's not that faculty are supposed to report back to faculty. They have an active voice in the decision. So there's faculty on a committee. I'm thinking of something like the technology committee. There's faculty on the committee, there's administrators on the committee, there's staff on the committee, and they all make decisions together. And then those are communicated back to the faculty. It would not be appropriate for the whole faculty to make a decision on something like that. It's a committee. All of our committees are committees made up by representation. And I would just like to say that as far as the chess training goes, the chess training is for payroll, human resources, and finance. So I don't see how the faculty could have designed any of that training. There has not been anything to do with chess that is faculty work at this point. And I keep trying to stress that. That's going to be that's what's coming up in student. So the people that designed the training were the payroll people who designed the payroll training, and the finance people designed the finance training, and the human resources people designed the human resources training. So when it comes time for training to be done that involves faculty and faculty issues, then, you all will become very involved. It just, we're not on that part yet. This part has only been, I would say business office functions. And so those are the people that have designed everything. But I think ongoing I meet every couple of weeks with the officers, and I'll be going to the entire faculty senate Friday. I know Margaret goes a couple times this semester, and I think we continue those conversations. I mean, I'm happy to answer any of those questions as they come up.
Chair Gamble, if I may also add a comment.
Please. Please.
Excuse me. Hello, Patrick. Thank you for your report. I share Chair Gamble's confusion. And so I think it would be really helpful, right? We're getting very mixed messages across the faculty, given what's reported here, the emails that we get, and there doesn't seem to be any sort of organized communication, right? And so I would really love to have more clarity about what some of these issues are, and to go back to George's point or Chair Gamble's point about the tables that folks want to be present at. Trust me, I completely understand the desire to be at some of these tables. And so I'm thinking, like, where is that appropriate, and just understanding more of where are faculty not included, and when faculty are included, what is the process for them to be reporting back to faculty so that they know what is happening. And so I'm really just, again, confused and very curious about what the organization structure is, where faculty are represented, the process faculty are following to report back to the groups that need to hear back from them. All of those are pieces that would be really helpful, I think, for me to understand as a board member.
If I may, Chair Gamble, if I can find my voice again. Board Member Quintana, the sort of usual way that this works is with the standing committees like TAC, as the president mentioned, PDAC, Curriculum Committee, when we had the COVID task force, they come back, and the person who is the representative of the faculty comes back and reports to the Faculty Senate as a whole. And we've got pretty good attendance at the Faculty Senate meetings. So that's the conduit of communication. And I just, as far as today goes, don't let the incompetence of the messenger diminish the message. I don't fully understand what the malaise is about. If I could put it into one sentence or whatnot, I would be really happy, but I just can't do it. And that's a me problem, not a them problem. As my daughter would say.
Yeah, certainly I think all of us understand that there is a wider malaise in society at the moment, and it certainly has to do with COVID. It has to do with issues like inflation and political turmoil and international wars, all of which impact us in a variety of ways. And certainly the changes on campus regarding teaching assignments, classroom versus remote teaching, are one of the issues that have impacted a lot of people, both positively and negatively. And I think our charge is, both as a board and administrators and faculty, is to figure out what can we do to get through this malaise? How can we organize? How can we stipulate? How can we define issues to move forward? And I think indeed the faculty, to the extent the faculty can get together and say, okay, here are our priorities. We want to be involved in this, that, and the other thing. and here's how we want to be involved, that's helpful. It's not so helpful just to know that, yeah, the generic is not helpful. The specifics are helpful. And certainly Becky and the administration are open to all that, as is the board. And we recognize the faculty are doing an incredible job at this college, and we all are working to support them. That's what we're doing. You know, we're not supporting anything else. The educational mission is what you folks are carrying out. We're supportive people to help you do that. So you have to help us with specifics of what other things can we do to help you do your job.
Okay, thank you, Chair Gamble.
Okay, any other comments for Patrick? And thanks for your presentation. And I think we do understand the whole notion of malaise and frustration. And we just encourage you and the rest of the faculty to grab a hold of that and say, okay, how can we move forward with it? What do we do about it? And help us to help you. We're here to do that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Patrick. And now we will move on to Staff Senate report. Robert.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Let me just bring up my notes here. So good afternoon, Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley. Thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of Staff Senate this afternoon. I know that you received a lot of information in your packet from Staff Senate, and I just want to give a general quick overview of how things are progressing. Staff sometimes feels anxious about the unknown, and the hot topic lately was food services, especially as it pertains to the East Wing Eatery. President Rowley and Vice President Peters continue and always do a fantastic job of communicating to all staff with the following. Why the college or a certain issue is moving in a certain direction, how we are addressing the certain issue and continuing to move forward, and where we are and where are we with our current process as we move forward. Staff Senate appreciates President Rowley and Vice President Peters' continued open communication. Training has begun with staff on the implementation of Workday, as President Rowley had mentioned earlier. All staff understand and acknowledge that everyone will use Workday in some form or another. Staff Senate would like to recognize and thank Laura Mullery for her continued communication on how Workday will be implemented and how all trainings will be conducted. Staff Senate would like to thank Santa Fe Coffee Bar and Deli for providing the free harvest lunch held on Tuesday, November the 22nd. And Staff Senate would also like to thank the Celebrations Committee for organizing the winter party that was held on December 2nd. That was a lot of fun. And with that, Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley, I stand for any questions that you may have from the minutes.
Comments or questions for Robert? Thank you for that report, Robert. And your first comment about the unknown, join the group.
Yes, Chair Gamble. Yeah, the Staff Senate always appreciates the communication from President Rowley and Vice President Peters. I think it's one of those for staff. There's rumors that start to go out, and once we get the communication from administration, that's appreciated. And a lot of staff then go, oh, now I understand. So that's the main thing for staff.
Right.
And once that's communicated, we feel, yeah.
Yeah, well, indeed, the unknown, the uncertain, we all live with it. We try and keep it to a minimum at the college, but it's there. Okay, any comments or questions for Robert? If not, thank you very much, Robert.
Thank you, Chair Gamble.
We appreciate all the work you're doing at the college. You're part of our team. Okay, next, the approval of our consent agenda of our last meeting. Any comments about that, or does anyone need that up on the screen? Probably not. Is anyone still here? Yes. Jody.
We're here, George. Move to approve.
Okay, great. Do I have a second? Pierre.
Yes, sorry. Mute, but where are you?
Wonderful. Okay, thank you very much. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Did we lose Zubin?
Jody, did you say aye? Jody?
Jody's muted.
I'm on mute. I'm sorry.
I can read lips. She said I do.
You read my lips.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see. Any policy questions? I think we have no matters related to policy. We have nothing on items to be removed from the agenda. We now move to our one of our favorite parts of the meeting, our financial matters with our Nick. Tell us, please.
Mr. Chairman, board members, President Rowley. I guess I can share my screen with you real quick, but I'll keep it short. In your packets, you have the financial report through October 31st of this fiscal year. And so everything looks pretty good. It's been consistent for this fiscal year. The cash balances are kind of the important area that we've always, wanted to keep track of. With the board policy to, trying to see how I can share my screen over here. With the board policy to establish that cash reserve, it really has been beneficial to the financial status of the college as well as the financial reporting. So just a couple of highlights. We had in our operating account $31 million, $20 million at the same time last year. That's a year-to-year improvement of $10.1 million. We've seen enrollment increase, and tuition and fees revenue are up 4%, and that's up about $110,000 over the year. State appropriation revenue is up quite a bit by 46%, and that's due to larger state appropriations for this year to cover the cost of really the big ticket item was compensation in this year's budget. And local mill levies on track, and expenses are really up 19% over the year, and that's right where we want them. Everything is aligned within the budget. And so with that, those are the highlights. Again, we're in a good place financially at the college. So if you have any questions, I can ask.
Yeah, it's great to hear that we are in such a good place, and just to cement that in our minds, tell us why we are in such a good place moving from $20 million last year to 31 million this year in our operating bank account. How did we do that?
A lot of it is going to be related to some of these legislative items. So as Kelly mentioned earlier, we had $3 million for the nursing expansion sort of funding that we received that was really dedicated for that purpose.
Right.
We have another close to $4 million of SBDC money that's come, in. We have an additional bit over 1 million, I think it's like $1.3 million for early childhood, and that's another endowment. And so those have all showed up in the bank account, and so now we'll be moving that to the foundation. And so since this October report is in the past, that's kind of why you're seeing that large amount of money there.
Right.
I think over the year, we also, last year compared to this year, we had a lot of vacancies last year, that those unspent, positions have accumulated a bit of a cash balance that we're seeing there. And so we also have a lot of grant money that is, ultimately restricted. We have some educational technology notes, which are also restricted funds that were approved about a year ago. And we have, I think, close to $3 million of those funds that are in our cash balance. So it's kind of made up of a lot of that.
Right.
One-time funds, a lot legislative, a lot grants, a lot of these, a lot of the bonds as well, particularly the educational technology notes, which are new.
Right. Has the free tuition yet had much of an impact on our finances?
I think we're still trying to study that and figure that out. Last I heard, HED, and Becky probably knows better than I do on this, but HED was rolling out rules on how we're supposed to identify that, and I guess ask for reimbursement.
Right, Mr. Chair, it is a reimbursement, so I don't expect that it will have any kind of an impact on our finances. It's just going to, it's tuition money that we would have otherwise gotten from a different source. We will now be getting from HED.
I see. Right. Yeah.
But we might be getting more. More individual students, because we at least think that so far there is an uptick in enrollment, and I think there's a lot of speculation that the uptick in enrollment is largely due to the Opportunity Scholarship. So in that sense, we might not have gotten those students had we not had the Opportunity Scholarship, and so you could look at it that way.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay. So any other questions, comments for Nick? Keep doing all the great things you're doing.
Hey, thank you. And if we could get an approval, I think this one's it is an action item.
Okay. So can I get a motion to approve?
Move
to approve.
I second.
Okay. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Did we
Okay.
lose Zuby? Sorry. I see him on, but I haven't heard him.
Who?
Zuby?
Zuby left a while ago.
Got it. Okay. I still see him logged in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he sent a note and said he had to go to class. Okay. Nick, do you have something else you're gonna present?
I do. On the agenda, Mr. Chair, board members, President Rowley, we have the HED financial report. that I think I'm sharing right now. You probably can see it. This is the other wonderful item that you always appreciate studying and learning about and examining. But it's really the questionnaire on if we're in a good financial state or not. And so we answer no to all these questions, which is exactly what we want to be communicating. And so pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Any questions or comments about that? If not, once again, can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Okay, so approved. Okay, next, Nick.
Okay, Mr. Chair, board members, President Rowley, we have, we're asking your approval for a revision to some of our HED documents that we had submitted a while back. So back in January of this year, 2022, we brought to the board some original paperwork that is required by HED. And we, once the board approves this paperwork, we take it to the HED committee for them to approve our capital project. This one has to do with the wastewater treatment plant and decommissioning. Unfortunately, because of how the world is right now, inflation, as you mentioned earlier, and all things, for capital projects and our facility projects, our increases, our costs have increased quite substantially due to this unique situation that we're in the environment we're in, with economics right now. And so what happened was, originally the board had funded this project at, I think it was right around $435,000. That's what was approved back in January. Well, we since, have conducted the RFPs and all that stuff and gotten the actual quotes back, and the actual quotes are about double. And so what we're asking is to be able to have the board approve these revised documents that would allow for the cost escalation. And with that, I have Andrea and Dobby with me on the phone. Did you want to add anything, Dobby or Andrea?
Good afternoon, President Rowley, Chair Gamble, members of the board. I think Nick really covered the project itself. This project is for our wastewater treatment plant closure and decommissioning, and it's based on our design that we completed about 4 or 5 months ago. And then we issued an RFP for the construction services. Like Nick said, those costs were much higher than we had originally estimated from our engineering estimates. It has a lot to do with the market currently, the construction industry itself seeing almost 300% cost increases for construction. Labor shortages, materials shortages, lots of other things that impact our construction projects. So we want to request the increase to the project and also bring it forward to NMHED as a revision so that they may also approve the project to move forward. So if there are any questions, we'll stand for questions.
Just wanted to add one thing, Chair Gamble, board members. We did go back on these projects and try and value engineer as much as we could. And we were able to bring it down, slightly on most of the projects, but it's still, again, it's the way the economy is now. It's just very difficult to bring it down substantially.
Right.
So.
And this is a big project. It not only is taking out one system, but then connecting to a new system. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a big deal.
And then the time frame that we have to do it in, you know, is another thing. So.
Oh, what sort of time frame?
We thought we were being held to 60 days as soon as we transferred, but now we just found out that actually with the ponds, we have a year to actually remove the liners on the ponds. So that was one of the biggest things. So.
Okay.
Chair Gamble, this is Jody. I have a question.
Please.
Yeah, so this second part of the project, which you're talking about removing the liners, do we have funding for that? And do we need regulatory approval for that at all to put that off?
So we have regulatory approval based on our current closure plan with New Mexico Environmental Department. So that's not an issue for us. But we are looking at potential funding for this through our next local bond. And Nick maybe can speak to that a little bit, but yeah, this will be phased so that the first phase will be closing the plant, removing a lot of the infrastructure and transferring waste. And then the second phase will be the pond liner removal, which was this expense that really was much higher than we anticipated. So that portion of the project will be the next phase.
That's correct. And Mr. Chair, Board Member Pugh, we also we're planning to work with the legislature this coming session in January through March to see if we can identify some funding there. There's going to be quite a bit of capital from that avenue, and from whatever we're able to source from the legislature, then we'll look at if we need additional funds. We'll look at the local bond, kind of just programming that into the list of projects that we include on a local geo bond ballot question in November.
All right, thank you. Yeah, we don't want to lose sight of it or incur fines.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, we're working very closely with Moles and Corbin, and they're advising us on all the regulatory requirements. The Environment Department we've worked very closely with the Environment Department as well on all the real particulars on this project. And it is highly regulated, as you mentioned. And so we are being very, very careful. I'm kind of actually, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I'm actually surprised that the transition to ranch lands and the closure of the wastewater treatment plant wasn't actually more money than what we're looking at. Because I mean, it could have very easily have been several $1 million to remediate everything. You know, when you're capturing this kind of waste in lagoons and things like that. The analysis that we were required to do actually came back pretty favorable with what they did with sampling the soil testing and all that stuff. So in some ways we're in a good place, because this could have been really very costly.
Right.
The other way is if we continue to, and we've mentioned this in the past, if we continue to operate our own wastewater treatment plant, just the rehabs that would have been required were years ago about estimated at $7 million. And that's even if the state would permitted a license, because they've been wanting to move away from these types of, they want regional waste collection systems and things like that. Right. And we were unsure as to whether or not we'd even be able to get approval of a renewal of the license, not to mention, at that point in time, it would have, was $7 million. Now it would be quite a bit more than that even, so.
Right. Okay, so we move forward. Great, thank you all very much.
Did we get a
And
vote on that one?
Yep, we will. Can we get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, and approve, say by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, unanimous approval.
Thank you.
Now what's the difference between the revised and the approval?
Yes, Mr. Chair and board members, President Raleigh, the item we just discussed were just the forms that will, the revised forms that we'll have to take to New Mexico Higher Education Capital Committee. This is the contract so that we can get started on the project as soon as HED approves the revised forms, which they should.
Okay.
This is just going to help us save some time.
Okay.
Anything else, John or Andrea, on it?
Okay. So once again, could I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, and a vote on approval?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. Thank you very much. And now we can, Nick, anything else from you? Or is that it?
We have a couple of additional items. We have this, the next one was a legal services contract. And then we have an MOA with the AAUP on the endowed nursing site. So I don't know if we have our attorneys here for that one, but we do have in front of the board the approval of legal services contract. I have John with me. We went through a procurement RFP to ask for proposals on our legal services, and we have identified an award. And John, you can take it away from there if you want to add anything additionally on that.
Chair Gamble, President Rowley, members of the board. So yes, we did go out for our legal services contract, and that's what you have in front of you. Our previous can only last up to 4 years, hence why we're going out again. And not much more to say on that, other than if you have questions, we'll leave it open to the board.
Yes, we are going to, this contract is, you see in your packet, the contract was awarded to our current legal services vendor, which is Sutton Thayer Brown. We're asking for us to enter into a new 4-year agreement with Sutton. And one really impressive thing to me was that they did negotiate and gave us some better rates on the way that they bill the college in terms of the hours. John, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yes, they were the highest ranking of the proposals, and we went back and negotiated some better costs in regards to governmental work and educational. So they were able to give us more discount, and that's what you have in front of you there. And so that's part of the contract are the amended pricing.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of interesting that they're giving us 20% the first year, and after that, it's only 10% or 15%.
I believe it was 15 the first year and 20 each additional year after.
Oh, I thought it was the other way around. Okay.
Yeah, 15. Yeah. And yeah, so those were the revised pricing.
Right. Well, certainly I believe the board has been very satisfied with their services. So I think we are in support of continuing with
Chair.
them.
Yeah, Chair Gamble, just one clarification. This renews automatically each year, correct? And then at year 4, or was it 5, we go out again?
Correct. Up to 4 years and renewing automatically each year. Correct.
Okay. It looks like, are we covered by them right now? Because it looked like it started December 1st.
We are,
for this
and yes, Lynn has coverage
Okay.
in regards to this gap in time. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all for me.
So can I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. And now a vote to approve.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Nick, you want to go to energy performance contract?
Oh, I think we still have item F, and
We
I think
do.
Margaret's here.
The AAUP MOA.
Yes. Chair
Yes.
Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley, I am here to ask for your approval of the MOA between Santa Fe Community College and SFCC AAUP. This pertains to funds for nursing, endowed faculty, teaching positions in nursing. There were funds appropriated by the legislature for endowed faculty teaching positions in nursing programs at New Mexico public and tribal institutions of higher education. This is to expand enrollment and the number of graduates able to work in nursing. Santa Fe Community College applied for some of these funds from New Mexico Higher Ed, and New Mexico Higher Ed awarded the college $2 million to create an endowed fund to support the stipends for full-time nursing faculty. We are, as a part of the provision, we are allowed to take $70,000 of that fund to spend on these stipends for now. Then we'll have to replenish the fund, and then in order to use it going forward, the interest that is created by that. So we are set up to provide each of our current full-time nursing faculty members a stipend for FY23 in the amount of $8,750, subject to regular employment payroll withholdings. And that is for our 8 current full-time nursing faculty members. Any questions from you all?
That sounds wonderful.
It is.
I'm glad that we're supporting nursing. We need to do it.
Agreed.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve. Or
Okay,
second.
Beat you,
Okay.
Jody.
And do I have a vote to approve?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, unanimously approved.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Margaret. It's a wonderful benefit and
It is indeed.
support for our nursing program and our nurses. Okay. Nick, are you up next with a couple information items?
Yes, I have one. I have the energy performance contract update. And with me, I have Frank Curry, faculty member, and Mr. Bill Kipnis from Siemens that would like to provide that. At least I think I do. There he is. Yeah. Why don't you take it away, Frank?
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Gamble, Board, and Dr. Rowley. I think there are two parts to this. Nick Tejas asked Bill Kitness of Siemens and me to update on the energy performance contract. I believe Bill will be talking about more of the financial aspects of it. And what he asked me to talk about was more of our environmental impacts, and specifically how we are through our past and current actions in compliance with or not Executive Order 2019-003 that Governor Lujan Grisham signed about sustainability and greenhouse gas reductions. And so I'm just going to focus on that part of it, and then I'll hand it off to Bill from Siemens to talk about the energy side. So I believe that everyone was issued, I guess I'll call it like a little white paper that I put together. Again, it's kind of an informational thing. One of the things that I need to note here is that unfortunately, there's a table in there that is about greenhouse gas reductions. And I realized that was based on a draft, and I didn't give the most updated one. And so I will speak to the numbers in that table. There's the table right there. Thank you. I will speak to the tables in that number, but if the board would like, I can share my screen for an updated table alternatively, or in addition to, I can send forward the updated paper. So can I share my screen? It probably makes more sense for me to say numbers that people can
Yeah,
look
go
at.
ahead and do that.
Okay.
Let me disable mine, and you can share yours.
Okay. So I need to go to, I believe, forgive me for, I'm trying to make sure I understand. Let's go window right here. And I think I got it. Let's see what happens. Forgive me, Anne-Marie. Here we go. And so a lot of what's on here is informational. Just very quickly, the Venn diagram on, can everybody see it, by the way?
Yeah. It's a little small, but if you can make it bigger, that'd be great.
Small. Forgive me, I'll see if I can make it bigger. Again, I'm kind of learning this. This Venn diagram was me, the informational side of this is that, there are a lot of things going on at the college that have been going on for a long time. We've got a PV system, we've got the energy performance contract, we've got a microgrid wrapped in there. And so this was me trying to just kind of clarify what some of the things are and what some of the things aren't. The Venn diagram corresponds to the things that I have here. And we've got, our environmental responsibility and more specifically a mandate to comply with Executive Order 2019-003 that is for state-funded agencies, and specifically is its target is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 45% by 2030 as compared to 2005 levels. And then we've got things that, like our general fiscal responsibility to lower operating costs, which also have effects on our environmental footprint. And Bill will be talking about that. And then we've got, in our social responsibility to our community. And so that's what the diagram talks about. And so what you'll see here is that, some of the things like from the energy performance contract specifically, I just try to drop things in to show which goals each of the things that we're doing, each of our actions is contributing to. And you'll see that the 1.5 megawatt PV system that we have really helps us with everything. And so I'm going to go back to the table real quickly so I don't take too long. And so the executive order mandates that we get back to, we drop, let me make sure that I'm going to say it right. All right, 45% reduction from 2005 levels. I don't have specific 2005 energy numbers, but what we do have is average numbers from before the 1.5 megawatt PV installation, and some good baseline numbers for energy use from that time and up into actually post PV installation. But I subtracted out the PV numbers and got some basic numbers for how we've been using energy for the past 15 or so years. And so what I did was basically say 2005, to our baseline year. The community college's energy use didn't change a heck of a lot. Some things changed in there, but these are high level numbers to see about where we are. And so based on standard practice in carbon calculations, I calculated that the college, generally speaking, is using about 7 million kilowatt hours a year and has been for quite some time. Those numbers have changed throughout the pandemic, but I'm going to try to stay away from that. Anyway, these 7 million kilowatt hours that we consume at the college on an annual basis are about 5,900 tons of carbon. I don't have other numbers. Carbon is the big one right now, and generally leads anything else like nitrogen or any other kind of greenhouse gases that we could be putting out. And so I move us forward in time to the installation of the 1.5 megawatt PV array, and so you'll see I have a 58% of a baseline number, and so I need to explain real quickly where that number comes from. Any agencies, any entities, any house, any person's carbon footprint or greenhouse gas emission footprint is a function of the generation fleet that feeds it. And so the numbers here, this 5,900 ton carbon number, is based on, in 2005 and up until several years ago, PNM's in New Mexico's generation fleet was primarily coal and natural gas and some other kinds of gas. But we were at a very high percentage, over 90% was fossil, over 80% was fossil fired, and the remainder came from nuclear out of the Palo Verde generating station in Arizona. But and so this number, this 5,900 ton number, is based on a very high coal natural gas generation mix. When we put in our PV array, we offset a huge portion of that, and so we dropped to about 3,400 tons annually, which was 58% of our 5,900 number from the years prior. And so we're getting really close here to the 55%, a 45% reduction. We're just a little bit over that. Somebody could probably drill into these. I could, with significantly more time, and really nail those numbers down. But this is very close. And so we're close to, but a little over, the Executive Order 2009 or 2019-003 targets just by putting the PV array in 8 years ago. And the primary changes that we've made since then that Siemens will be talking about are related to the energy performance contract. And in the energy performance contract, we're reducing our loads here at the college in a number of ways, the most significant of which is energy retrofits, lighting retrofits that reduce our energy significantly. There are some others too, but the lighting retrofits are the largest one. And so what I did was take that estimated savings that we're going to be experiencing. Well, the retrofits are in place now, but we're still, waiting to get data back from that. But based on the estimated reductions in the kilowatt hours, we're going to knock another 400 tons of carbon off every year. And basically it means that as of these energy retrofits, and specifically the lighting retrofits, we actually dropped to about 51% of our 2005, or I guess more appropriately, our baseline level. And so with the target being 55%, a 45% reduction, the energy performance contract actually is the step that puts us over the finish line to be in compliance with the executive order And you'll note that I said up here, right, the executive order has us going for that 45% reduction by 2030. And so we are, we're about 8 years ahead of schedule. And so anything else that we do moving forward will take us down even further. And then I guess the last thing I'd point out is that any further reductions in carbon will be based on two things. One will be PNM significantly increasing solar penetration into New Mexico, which will bring everybody's carbon footprint down even further. And then, if SFCC wants to make further reductions, we're going to have to begin to get creative, because Siemens has knocked our energy use down a lot, but we will have some opportunities to bring it down a little bit further in the future. But I guess my punchline is that as of the energy performance contract, Nick will be happy to see this number. We are, I'm going to say unofficially, but in compliance with Executive Order 2019-003.
Well, that's fantastic.
So if anyone has any questions, I kind of blasted through. I'd be happy to answer.
This is Jody. I have a question. What was the
Yes.
energy usage in the beginning you talked about? Was it 7 million megawatts? What was it?
Kilowatt hours. So
How much? Sorry, say again.
Yes. Kilowatt hours is the unit that we're talking about there.
Got it. Thank you.
They do not, I see a question, do these include carbon footprint from transportation? They do not include the carbon footprint from transportation. My numbers here are about our electricity use primarily. There are other things that we're doing with water and gas that will reduce our carbon footprint even further, but they're not captured here. My logic on that was that if we can show that we've met, that we're in compliance using just electricity, that the other things that we're doing, like our boiler replacements and that kind of thing, are just going to make that picture look better.
Oh.
Okay, just one more question. Sorry. So the microgrid doesn't contribute so much to the carbon footprint, but it does contribute to the sustainability of the system if the PNM grid goes down.
Yes, the microgrid, the thing that makes it a microgrid, and Bill can add in here if he wants to, but in my view, the microgrid, that's about being able to island from the system. Otherwise, we can just view it as assets behind the meter, right? We've got a PV system. We've got these other things behind the meter. The microgrid is a switchgear configuration primarily that lets us operate in an islanded mode, so that the campus can be a community resource, so that it can continue to operate should we ever lose the PNM grid. The primary function of the microgrid assets, besides being able to island, is largely to push back on demand rates from PNM, which make up a huge portion of our electricity bills every year.
And the approval from PNM was to do just that?
The approval from PNM for the our interconnection agreement is for a system that one that includes the microgrid capability, but yes, includes a natural gas engine that's going to be coming online, energy storage, and yes, PNM, the interconnection agreement is about us operating that in a way that pushes back on demand charges and reduces our bills every year.
Okay, thank you.
I guess, with Frank's introduction, I would sort of add some perspective to the purpose of the microgrid. And as Frank said, yes, it's finally the tool that allows you to stop paying excessive peak demand rates to PNM. While that won't essentially lower your carbon emissions, it does enable the microgrid to come very close to paying for itself. And when we started the project, I would say that its primary purpose was not financial. Its primary purpose was to maintain Santa Fe Community College's leadership in the renewable energy and the new energy economy areas. And that it was pretty clear to a lot of us that microgrids were going to play the key role going forward in optimizing people's investments in renewable energy and energy storage. And so so much water has gone under the bridge since then. We lose track of that, what to me was always the essential reason for the microgrid. And as Frank's pointed out, we finally got there with PNM, and it's a chapter of its own. And I don't know if that's a transition. Nick, did you want me to share my part of the report?
Yeah. I just wanted to kind of piggyback on what you both were talking about. As we've been able to achieve a substantial reduction in carbon emissions, which is a really important thing these days that's talked nationally and statewide. And in fact, we have the actual kind of the policy requirement that we're trying to participate in. And it looks like we've achieved that. That shouldn't stop us. I think that we definitely need to be a leader, if not the leader, in the state of New Mexico and regionally and in the country on sustainability, as Bill was mentioning. And I would like us to even keep pushing further to see if what additional assets can we add to try to reduce our carbon emissions as much as possible, and even get to the point where maybe we can island the college at some point. That I think that's really what my goal would be. I'd love to see that happen. I know it's easier said than done, and we're not really there yet, but I just want to put in a plug for Steve Gomez and his group, because we do have a exceptional biofuel program here at the college, and I would like to see if we could add in some algae biofuel integration into this system in order to see how much further we can take things. And again, that's not a easy thing, but what I'm trying to say is that we just need to keep improving upon what we've done and pushing forward to really get to the ideal state that we want to be in on that. So with that, yeah, Bill, go ahead and take it away from there on where we're at with the energy performance contract.
Sure. And one more point on the role of the microgrid and the value of a microgrid might be, to Nick's point, how do you reduce further? And the easiest energy savings is the energy that you don't use, rather than the energy that you create in a renewable fashion. And so this microgrid is going to allow the school to begin to shed loads, not power areas of the campus that are unused, in a way that really hadn't been contemplated beforehand. Obviously, we're going to approach that really slowly, but I just wanted to point that out. So let me see if I can share. I'll press the button. So far, no luck. I'm a Microsoft Teams user, so we're going to have to.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky. Do you see on there, like when you pull up the share screen, it says entire screen?
Yep.
It might, yeah.
Might try that one.
Yeah, try that one.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. All right, let's try again. We've got a share screen. Let's see.
There we go.
Oh, good. All right, so you have this presentation, and you know, for the interest of time, I guess I won't go through the whole thing, but the presentation started with a recap of the energy performance contract, and this is a nice summary for you to see the description of the items, what the energy savings is guaranteed to be, the associated savings, which are facility management, facility cost savings, and project cost. And I wanted to, and you saw in the presentation, I moved a little bit off topic to, you know, what otherwise I think would be an elephant in the room, and that is what the Inflation Reduction Act means to Santa Fe Community College potentially, and how that intersects with the energy performance contract. Excuse me. So in a nutshell, public entities like Santa Fe Community College did not benefit from renewable energy incentives in the way the private sector did until the IRA. And those were done through investment tax credits, which obviously SFCC does not pay. So what this bill does is bring you into the fold by giving you a cash subsidy in lieu of a tax credit. And the amount of the subsidy is approximately 30%, which can be increased as long as you participate in certain apprenticeship programs and prevailing wage programs, which we have done. So we, at the point of this memo, we estimated that cash subsidy to Santa Fe Community College to be about $900,000. We continue to analyze that. At the same time, we've had an effective inflation on the energy performance contract too, and Nick asked me to introduce that to you. So the cost of the energy performance contract was established in June 2019, and we have, unfortunately, since then, a 16% increase in the cost of the project. While that's not high in terms of percentage, it is $1.3 million, which we want to help to fund. And the primary way we think to do that is with the federal cash subsidy. We now believe that subsidy should be somewhere in the area of $1,070,000, but that can only be finalized with SFCC's legal counsel as we prepare and help them prepare the application for that money. And in terms of where the $1.3 million 16% project increase came from, even though it's a lot of money, we're kind of happy to keep it at 16%. Maybe happy is not the right word. And the way we were able to do that was first the gas engine component, the natural gas engine component. We purchased well ahead of the interconnection agreement with PNM. We went at risk, Siemens went at risk doing that, figuring, well, worst comes to worst, we'll probably be able to resell it. So that's been in the US for a while. The second way is that, as Frank mentioned, the switchgear to the project is constructed by Siemens, and we were able to, use as much corporate leverage as possible to keep that price down. The rest of the price, the price increase is coming from labor and materials. So the second way that we want to try to fund the increase in cost is that the state of New Mexico has received money in the prior federal act, which is the Infrastructure Act, the IIGA as we call it. And that's going to make money available for grid modernization projects to the public sector. And I attended a state meeting on that last week. It was very positive. We should see that grant opportunity, which does not have a ceiling on it. We should see it right after the first of the year. And what's interesting and makes me even more optimistic about those additional funds is that there's a very difficult requirement, and that is that you have to have an agreement with your utility in order to apply for the grant. And that interconnection agreement is evidence enough of an agreement with the facility and with PNM for SFCC. So those are the two areas, and if Nick so desires, we can break down that change order request in the next board agenda. So in this report, just to hit the highlights, we had PNM take money out of your pocket in a technical classification of whether or not you're a qualifying or non-qualifying facility, which we think will cost the college up to $20,000 a year, regrettably. And so we included that in the report. We also were tracking the output from the PV array that Frank outlined. And in a nutshell, your result is higher than projected, which we think is really due to sunnier weather. But that's good news. As a way to offset some of what PNM has done, we have been meeting with the people who run a program they have called the Peak Saver program, which, without going through it in detail, which we can at any time, we think that has the potential benefit of $35,000 a year on the plus side to SFCC. But there's some pluses and minuses to participating. So I think that conversation is ongoing. Also, as you may know, that the payments by PNM to you for the array, which are called REC payments, expired. That's not good news. As an offset to that, it now makes you eligible to collect and sell carbon reduction credits, which is an emerging market. It's not established yet, but you can sort of bank them and sell them when the market's more established. Yours have higher value than most because of the microgrid component, and we think conservatively that should bring in about $13,000 a year. In terms of gas savings from the energy performance contract, the findings were that your consumption dropped substantially. These are the monthly drops in gas use and carbon savings, with no associated savings in dollars. Why? Because the price of gas, due to inflation, due to the war in Ukraine, unfortunately. And we think that this winter we'll have better data, and it'll be interesting to report that to you when the time comes. More importantly, on electricity, there's a summary from the investment grade audit. Current electrical usage down to 3.36 million kilowatt hours, as Frank has said. You received not only energy savings and dollar savings from the lighting project, but a check from PNM for rebates, which was targeted at $93,500, but I believe they sent you a check for more than that. Associated savings with the lighting project of $16,600 is for heating and cooling not needed, and for fewer hours of maintenance, having to replace all kinds of bulbs and associated hardware. On the water side, we installed low flush toilets, low flow faucet aerators, which have been a little bit of a nuisance, frankly, but they do save water. Low flow kitchen spray washers, low flow shower heads, and urinal flush valve low flows. And since we can't measure the water use coming out of those, we at random do that after installation, measuring the water used by those to verify the water savings. And that is summary of the report that you received. Pardon my voice, a little bit of seasonal issues there, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
What are the apprenticeship requirements, and how they turned out here at the community college?
Well, the apprenticeship requirement in the Inflation Reduction Act is still being formulated by the federal government. That act is in rulemaking right now, and we're going to see that, we hope, in January. And Siemens' perspective on that is, whatever it is, we're going to do it. We can get up on that. But we've already got an apprenticeship program, which we're hoping to overlay into the microgrid training center and the building automation training center as soon as we get those up and running.
Okay, so currently you don't have any apprenticeships here.
Currently, we don't have a request. We don't have any requests for apprenticeships at Siemens, but but we do have. But Siemens does have an apprenticeship program.
Okay.
Hi, Chair. This is Jody Pugh. Can I just follow on with that question? Is the apprenticeship program, is that a Siemens program or an SFCC program?
The rule on that for the IRA is, I think, more than likely to impose that on Siemens.
Saying Siemens has to have the program.
Yes.
Okay. Is Siemens considering having your apprentice then be at SFCC with the work and systems that are here? Is that what I'm understanding you saying?
Well, what our real hope is that the microgrid training center and the building automation training center produce employees for Siemens. That is a self-interest that we have. That's a win-win, and we don't need to wait for IRA rulemaking to hear about any students who are interested in apprenticeships today, really.
So you're thinking that students that are currently ongoing at SFCC would be a feeder pipeline for Siemens, and you might use the apprenticeship program that way? Is that what you're saying?
Well, we have an apprenticeship program already, and so we're not anticipating any problem meeting any federal guidelines for that. So what I'm saying is, we hope what helps SFCC students in apprenticeships also helps Siemens. In other words, we'd rather have those students come to Siemens where we need them than go somewhere else.
And how do students here at SFCC find out about your apprenticeship program?
Well, I would hope that the the funnel is there. So if they were interested in an apprenticeship with somebody, we'd hope they'd be referred to me, or we now have a full-time employee who's reached out to your new dean of trades and technologies to explain that. And I guess it's possible some people have stepped forward, and that his name is Cody Robinson, that maybe Cody's already talking to him, but that's I think how it would go. It would flow up through faculty, possibly through the dean.
Okay, thanks. And then that would meet the requirements of the IRA when implemented.
I'm pretty confident it will. And I'm pretty confident we already meet them as a company. The Siemens Foundation has agreed to help Siemens Corporation in boosting our apprenticeship program, because it's a lot more work than you'd imagine, trying to fit students with positions and fund and co-fund positions. It's a lot of work, and we usually fall behind, and now we don't have enough applicants for apprenticeships.
Well,
yeah, we would. I mean, we're probably 5,000 technicians down in microgrid and building automation technologies. So, and that's nationwide before you look at our global footprint and need for technicians. And I get calls from Siemens fairly regularly asking me if there are Spanish-speaking bilingual students who would be, interested in, helping Siemens in Spanish-speaking countries. I mean, the problem in this area is really pretty deep and wide, as I'm sure you've heard. And I think the other interesting thing that we want to communicate is that some of these positions are not necessarily purely technical. They're in positions that are client-facing, where kids who are interested in leadership roles. I say kids, but I really mean applicants interested in leadership roles and interested in client-facing roles, where they have technical backgrounds, which they use to be in business development, marketing, project management, construction management, and other areas you don't automatically think of are in just as great of demand as the technicians themselves.
Yeah.
Greg, did you have something?
I think that one of the things that I wanted to add to that, because Bill's absolutely right. What's good for Siemens is good for our program. Just so everyone on the board knows, right? Our distributed energy program basically launched right as the pandemic launched. However, we are building a strong advisory committee that is industry centric more than the original iterations of it were. And so, our goal is, and what we're doing is working with employers in, primarily in New Mexico right now. Siemens is clearly an example of somebody who extends far beyond New Mexico and across the country and across the world. And so we are working with people like Bill and his team at Siemens. We're working with other employers in New Mexico, and we're making sure that the program that we're building now is ready to feed people, not just be a feeder program for Siemens, but to get the basic skill sets together that make them valuable to Siemens and to other employers and really related peripheral kinds of industries, not just technical, as Bill talked about. Even though right now we focus in energy conversion, microgrids. Our programs reach into computer science, into safety, into general construction thing. We're working with our controlled environment agriculture program. And so as the requirements for things like the apprenticeship program come out, where they're not employer specific to the extent that we can create or satisfy credentials that will meet these program requirements, we're building those in there. And so we're working with industry, multiple, from PNM to Siemens to solar installers, to make sure that the students are coming out with the skill sets that are necessary broadly, and we'll adapt those to any federal guidelines, to any funding opportunities that we can as we move forward. And the whole point of the advisory panel is to make sure that we have people like Bill from not just Siemens but other companies, so that what we're doing feeds into the broader industry, not just one company and what they need. Although obviously we want to make sure Siemens wants to hire the people that we train.
Sounds good.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Just want you to be connected to the college, so we can supply your needs there.
Yeah, well, we certainly should. Bilingual, man, if we get bilingual folks to buy into those programs, lots of opportunity for bilingual technical folks.
Chairman Gamble, I think one of the biggest challenges is for students who don't consider themselves STEM students, yet consider themselves very much part of a new economy and very much a part of the things that SFCC stands for, and that there's no reason to exclude them from this, apprenticeship process.
Right.
It's not unusual at energy conferences to ask people what their background is and to find out that 2/3 of them came from the humanities originally, as did I, as a, American and Russian history student. So, it's hard to get that message across, but I think it's an important one.
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. Okay, thank you very much, Bill and Frank. Nick, do we have to do? No, these are only information items. So we are more informed, and we will continue to follow all the progress and our energy performance. Okay, and now, if we still have Ms. Allred with us.
Hello.
Hello. I'm glad that you were able to stand with us. Welcome, and tell us all about all the wonderful things you're doing, and we'll give you 2 minutes to do it. No.
Oh. No, Margaret, it's good.
Okay. I'm just kidding.
Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Chair Gamble, President Rowley, members of the board, I was asked today to come and present a little bit about the Early Childhood Center of Excellence. There's been a lot going on, and so this is just sort of an update as to what is the Early Childhood Center of Excellence, and then just to answer any questions you may have. So the mission of the Early Childhood Center of Excellence is to use multi-generation approaches to enhance early childhood education and the well-being of families in New Mexico. I like to think of it as an umbrella where you can see the programs that fit under it. We are considered an auxiliary to the college, and all of the programs within the Early Childhood Center of Excellence, or as we call it, ECHO, are funded through grants, state contracts, or contracts for service. Currently, all of the programs are funding themselves, and we are not receiving support from the college beyond all of the amazing support through facilities and maintenance and things like that. So the first program I wanted to talk about, this program was brought up at the last meeting and there was some questions about it, is the Firstborn Home Visiting Program. It's pretty exciting. Firstborn is celebrating 25 years in New Mexico. It was started in Silver City, and the model office came to Santa Fe Community College and to ECHO in 2018. And what the Firstborn Model Office does is create the curriculum, the training, and support for all of the programs that use the Firstborn model in home visiting. Since its inception, Firstborn has really expanded. It used to be like the name Firstborn, you had to start prenatal, but now we're really thinking about Firstborn as Firstborn and more. And it's open to all families with children 0 to 5. And it's really special because it's a universal model. It's offered in Spanish and in English and in the 4 northern pueblos. They're using it in Tewa. And so really, Firstborn is a New Mexican home visiting program. While we are based here, there's plans for expansion. And the research agenda that we've been working on, we just approved a contract to continue to research on the effectiveness of the model and really hold that part of the program to be important, that we are a research-based model and continue that work. Another really special thing about Firstborn is the Community Health Worker Certificate with a focus in home visiting. I was just talking to the Early Childhood Department, Dr. Janice Gonzalez, and they're so excited about this program and hoping to promote it more because it does embed that community health worker in with the home visiting so that programs have more opportunities. Tekla Johnson is the director of that program, and then Topeka Morovega is the manager. The next program is probably the program you're most familiar with. It's the Kids Campus. This year we had a grant from the Brindle Foundation to implement a bilingual curriculum at Kids Campus. We really felt that where we're positioned and with the staff that we have, being able to provide bilingual education through 0 to 5 is such an important thing. So we've been starting that process, and we just received additional funding to continue that with staff training, presentations, and actually building out that curriculum. Kids Campus was recertified as a 5-star NACCE accredited center. There are 10 classrooms, infant through pre-K, and we've had a really big push with such wonderful help from the marketing department that students have priority for placement. So if you walk around campus, you'll see flyers. We just got a big logo put up on the wall in the main hallway of campus with a QR code. So we're really pushing students to apply so that they can have full-time care and go to school as part of our multi-generation model of success. And we have quite a staff to make all of this work, and really just want to give a shout out to facilities. Right now they are replacing the kitchen floor, and we really get so much support from them. It takes a lot to run a child care center. It's like having a mini restaurant as well as everything else all under one roof. So one of the other initiatives that we've really stepped up to in the past year is the early childhood workforce development and the Aprende apprenticeship program. So we are the first registered apprenticeship in the field of education in New Mexico, and it's starting in spring 2023. But we were able to start a pre-apprenticeship program this fall. And we started with 17 pre-apprentices. 3 of those pre-apprentices have been offered positions at their field experience and will join as apprentices. And what we're hearing from employers is this is changing the workforce pipeline in ways they never imagined. I just heard today that one of our employers, without us asking, said she wanted to write an op-ed because she felt so strongly about how this program is really helping with the crisis in childcare. One of the things that's piled on this that's really been helpful is from ECECD. They are offering early educator stipends. So any students pursuing early childhood at the college who are taking between 6 and 9 credits will receive $1,500 stipend this term. And if they take 10 plus, they receive a $2,000 stipend. So this has really helped us be able to attract people to the field who couldn't quit their job in order to be students or to pursue this. So with the apprenticeship stipends and the early educator success stipends, we've really been able to attract new people to the field. And very exciting that we actually have an apprenticeship manager. This program was funded with ARPA funds from the city of Santa Fe. It was a $900,000 contract that will take place over the next 2 to 3 years. And we also received funding from a private foundation that saw this as a pilot model that could be replicated to support the early childhood workforce. The other sort of piece under the umbrella is professional development. I hope you've seen the early childhood speaker series that we're sponsoring. It's on equity and social justice and early childhood teacher preparation. And what's been really special about this speaker series is we have some amazing national speakers paired with local New Mexico experts. And so we're offering these workshops once a month. They started in September and will end in May. So I invite you all to join us for those. The link should go to the website on sfcc.edu. We are also part of the Santa Fe and Taos Mentor Network, and through the Hilton Foundation received additional funding for infant toddler teacher support. The other really big initiative that I think you've been hearing a lot about that started before I was here with the Santa Fe Community Foundation, and has been really championed by a lot of great people here at the college, is the Student Parent Success Program. We were lucky and were selected to join 7 other national institutions to be part of Family U. It's a technical assistance program for higher education so that we can learn more about how to serve our student parents. Student parents are estimated to be about 1/3 of the students at community colleges, and yet they're sort of unseen in the services that we provide. So building out a student parent success program is maybe the equivalent of supporting a veterans program or a first generation college program like TRIO. Our library has taken on a big part of this work, offering story times for families, buying a whole children's book collection. The facilities department just purchased, I think it was 6 new changing tables to go in bathrooms across campus, men and women's. And we also bought some high chairs for the campus center and the East Wing Eatery. And then starting next spring, we'll really be developing out academic support and that student parent resource hub, financial incentives for support on that. And Rachel Kutcher has joined us running that project. We have the student parent leadership team, which consists of people across the college who are champions for this work. And we're about to launch the recruitment of a student parent advisory group. And this will be an important group for us as a college to think about when we're talking about things like scheduling. Because when you're thinking about someone who is parenting young children, working and going to school, if we can make it work for that demographic, we can probably make it work for anyone. So with that, I think I've reached the end of my presentation, and I would stand for questions.
Is that all you're doing?
I might not have mentioned everything, but I did tally up the funding that we've received since I started, and it's a little bit over $7 million. And that includes that endowment that you heard about and some of the multi-year contracts. So it sounds like a lot, but mostly spread out over 3 years. I think it's really indicative of the state of early childhood right now. And with the passage of the constitutional amendment, we expect things just to keep going.
So are you, I mean, it sounds like all these things you're doing, are you pushing out the walls of the building? I mean, I assume that you don't have any problem filling your your classrooms of little kids, right?
President Rowley and I have had some conversations that if we are going to expand and the need is there, a new building would need to happen. And we need a place for the Student Parent Resource Center. So I definitely think that Chair Gamble, you have identified our sticky point right now.
Yeah. So what does your waiting list look like for getting in for the child care center?
It varies, but it's in the hundreds.
Wow. And have you thought about, I mean, it's wonderful that you have prioritized student parents. Have you ever talked about or thought about employee parents?
So the priority for Kids Campus is student parents who are taking 6 credits or more, and then employees who do receive a 10% discount, and then the community. One of the other really exciting initiatives is the expansion of childcare assistance. And so a family of 4 making $100,000 would qualify for full tuition covered by the state up until the summer. And so for us, it's really important that students have that so that we can get them their degree while providing their children really high quality early care and education.
Right. Yeah. Well.
Chair Gamble, I have a question / comment. So Catherine, just want to commend you and your staff. My daughter's at Kids Campus, and last night, she's 2, and I captured this really amazing video of her singing a song in Spanish. And she is picking up, she's a sponge. And before that, she learned sign language. And so the amount of language acquisition that is happening there at the different levels has been remarkable. So I can attest to this. I have observed it. I have watched it. It's amazing. So good work to you and all the teachers. The other question I had is about student priorities. So when you're looking at when student parents are accessing the services, is there priority given to degree-seeking students? And if not, is there a plan going forward for that to start happening?
That is the plan, is that they need to be in a degree or certificate pathway and be taking 6 credits or more. We ask that of them when they apply and check on it as the best we can. But part of our mission is also continuum of care. And so it's a balance as to, forcing people to maintain that while enrolled.
Thank you.
But definitely, we want full-time students getting full-time care for their children so that they can get their degree quicker and get a great job.
Hi, this is Jody. Do you have an idea of how many of your students are children of, I'm sorry, how many of the children are belong to students that are degree seeking? Do you have an idea of that now?
I think where we're at right now is it's 10%. And anecdotally, what we're hearing is when we offer the spots to students, they're turning them down because they're taking courses online or, there's just some different trends happening. But my goal is to increase that 10%. So that's our baseline.
Okay, thank you. Did we lose George?
It looks like we did. Jody, do you mind picking up?
Yeah, no worries. I thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from anyone? All right, thank you, Catherine. Okay, so I'm trying to bring up the agenda on my phone here. I think next is grant updates with Ms. White. Or is that you, Yash?
It would be me, Madam Vice Chair, because Laura is currently not able to join us through the computer screen. She's still on the phone. So just real quick, I am going to share my screen.
Alrighty.
So there in front of you, we'd like to talk about four grants that we're really interested in applying for. One of them relates to Plutonium Workforce Development Initiative, another one, two more about National Science Foundation related stuff, and then one on early childhood education. And rather than me talking about this, we have experts on this phone, not the phone call, I guess, but this presentation. So I'd like to have those talk about their particular programs. Kelly, you still on?
I am here indeed.
All right, so why don't you go ahead and talk about your areas first?
Yeah, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the Plutonium Workforce Development Initiative cycle. This is actually a continuation of a current contract that we have with LANO and the New Mexico Consortium for our machining technologies program. The New Mexico Consortium came across additional monies from the NNSA and invited several of its partners to apply for subawards. And so we applied for this $250,000 subaward, and we actually have already learned that we have received that award. It will be starting in April. And it has two main components to the project. The first is to continue and expand upon our machining technologies program. And the second component is actually to help bolster our efforts for community outreach. So we've already started to step up our community outreach with younger kids to get them interested in STEM education and STEM careers. We've had Frank Curry and Lenny Gannis working with school visits already at the planetarium and the Science on a Sphere Theater. And those efforts are really ramping up. We already have several student outreach events planned for the spring semester.
Thank you so much. The next, I think Stephen Gomez is on the line. So Steve, you want to talk about your two grants?
Okay, I think I hit the right buttons.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. The first one is a Type 2 NSF engines. This is a regional innovation center engine, a regional innovation engine. They're designed for areas that don't have big entrepreneurships and innovation to get all the big players together. They are big grants. They're 10 years, $150 million. We're a small piece of this because the Raleigh West one that UNM is the CEO for is looking at water and energy and how to, all the makeup for that. And since we are actually the only place really doing it, they want us to participate. There's a little bit of there's 140 PIs in this, or co-PIs. It's a huge project. Includes all the New Mexico universities, UTEP, some community colleges in Texas, and the BIA schools, as well as there's parts for the national labs in it also. The part that we're supposed to take on is sort of the energy and water part, looking at basically how is the microgrids and everything you talked about actually going to be affecting, and affecting the future, and what how do they do with water and things like that. We did have one budget in, and a certain Texas university that's located in El Paso pitched a fit about how much the community colleges were getting. And so we've gotten another number that I just reset back to UNM to meet the smaller piece of the pie we're supposed to get. But this is done in 2-year increments. So after the first 2 years, when we show that we are the community college, then we can put it, UNM says we'll put it for bigger budgets. The second one is the NSF EPSCoR type 2 or track 2 projects. And these are for collaborations between EPSCoR jurisdictions. And so we originally sent this in between Wyoming and New Mexico. It was approved at UNM, so we can go forward with that proposal. And initially it's 4 years for $4 million, but we've since then had talks with the University of South Dakota. And so if we bring in a third EPSCoR jurisdiction, it'll be 4 years for $6 million. And that one, we are just actually tomorrow is our first big proposal meeting to start hashing things out. And so those are where these are right now. The Raleigh West, the big one, is due at the end of, they're both actually due at the end of January. So I will be doing a lot of emailing over the break. And that's where those are.
Thanks, Steve. Next is Daranara, the last but not least.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So we applied for the CPP grant, which stands for Competitive Pay for Professional. So this grant will provide that $3 of increase per hour to all our employees and cooks. And then this grant will be for 10 months, starting on November until August of 2023. And this grant is just helping, to address the gap between the level of survey provided and the current pay for childcare providers. And then it will help us to reduce staff turnover, improve quality of care, just to stable our staff and for our staff to stay at Kids Campus, which most of them are also SFCC students. We have 25 teachers and about 18 of them are current SFCC students continuing their education and getting scholarships as well from the ECECD department.
Thank you. And with that, our team of experts stands for any questions.
Hi, thanks, Yash. Yeah, I have a couple questions on the first couple presentations. I think Mr. Trujillo, the $250,000 we're going to get from NNSA for the machining, part of that was, I think, development and expanding. Will that really help us expand much? I know that program has been wildly successful.
Yeah, we're somewhat limited by space at this point. There's not a whole lot we can do about that. What we're looking at doing is having a possibility of dual cohorts. Right now we can serve up to 9 students in a single cohort, but if we have dual cohorts running in mornings, say morning, afternoon, vice versa, we might be able to double the number of students that we're serving. The other thing that we're able to do with some of this money is to provide some additional equipment that'll help support the kind of training that these students are receiving. And we're able to provide some faculty supports. Our faculty in the machining and engineering departments have been devoting a lot of extra time to providing our students extra lab time, extra machining time, and supervised safe machining time. And that has been largely uncompensated. So we now have the funds that we can compensate the faculty for that.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah, that's a great program. So cool. Good job.
Thank you.
I have one other question on, I think it's for Stephen. on the advanced technologies and sustainability programs, I think it's the TIP, the NSF grant. Yeah. So there it yeah, so this is the correct one, the NSF Engines Type 2 grant. They talk about this will integrate the advanced technologies and sustainability programs. I just was wondering what the advanced technologies are. Does that mean specific types of technologies, or is that kind of all encompassing?
It's kind of all encompassing, and it's more, the term was created before I came here. So, but it includes all the biofuels, solar, wind, water, the CEA,
Okay.
all of those are lumped into that technology. And that's the name that was there when I came, so that's the one I use.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, advanced manufacturing has a specific meaning, so I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, we don't do the manufacturing part.
Got it. Okay. All right. It all sounds great. Thank you. Any other questions? And I can see George is back. So,
Yes.
George, I can turn it over to you again.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Vice Chair Pugh and Chair Gamble, I have a question for Dr. Gomez.
Please.
So I'm noticing, Steve, you have got a lot of grants that you apply for.
Yes.
And are you also teaching? So I'm just curious, can you walk me through, like, what does it look like for a faculty member who is teaching and managing so many grants? Like, how does that all work?
Well, we'll see when the worst possible thing happens, is that we get all those grants.
Yeah.
If we, it's basically one of these things. The odds of getting this engines one are pretty slim. There were over 200. There were about 200. Letters of intent sent in to apply for this grant, but they're only going to probably award 5 or 6.
Okay.
So this one, while the odds are slim, this proposal and our area hits every single one of the points, that the NSF says they're giving points for. So if we got all the grants, then I'm going to ask for a big raise. If we may not get any of them, and so the teaching load that I have is low, and the grant management part is actually not that hard because I'm doing the work is being done by other, like there'll be stuff that Frank or Charlie are doing, and so there's more money going to them.
Okay. And then, forgive me if I missed this, but is it the case that that there's budget built into these grants to help pay the staff who are working on them?
Yeah, we get the whole F&A, so it's like 45.8% or something like that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? So, were there additional grants being discussed?
No, Chair. We're at the end of those, and I think moving on to that's the end of the information items.
Okay,
and then we're
great.
moving on to the next section.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Jody. I've got an issue with my computer. It has kicked me off 3 times, and it just closes down. So we're going to have a discussion here. So we're going to move to some policy issues and student code of conduct.
Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley, thank you for the opportunity to talk policy. We have several policies today being presented for a first reading, so no action is required. And the first one is indeed policy 2-1, student code of conduct. I invite Student Affairs Officer Bobby Mascareñas and Vice President Margaret Peters to share highlights of this policy. Thanks, Bobby.
Thank you, Laura. Good afternoon, Chairman Gamble, members of the board, and President Rowley. I appreciate your time, and after hearing all the wonderful things that are happening at the college, it's kind of a little bit of a bummer to say now we have to talk about conduct, but it's all part of it, right? It's truly my world. I think you've already seen the draft of everything that we've come through to this point for the first reading. I just wanted to include a few updates. And shall I share my screen with the policy? Would that be helpful?
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Let me get there.
Mason may already be ready to project the policies.
Let's see. How is that?
It's great.
Okay, great. The first thing that I wanted to mention is that we did make a point this year to include that this student code of conduct applies to visitors on campus as well, guests and visitors. As a result, I think of some COVID or just some of the changes the way that society is right now, we want to include that so that visitors can know that this is a respectful place and we will be respectful to you, and we expect that. If visitors do get into a big issue on campus, they can be asked to leave the campus property. We also made a clarification about the plagiarism process. If a faculty member first reports an issue of plagiarism, I receive that report and it becomes part of our software called Maxient. On the third, and it remains there, the faculty member takes care of the issue of the grade and so forth. But if I get a third report of plagiarism or violation of academic integrity, then I can impose discipline, which could be a letter of warning, a probation situation. So we wanted to make sure that folks knew it was a third time before my office gets involved. Behavior that's whether it's on or off campus is still liable for students if they're involved in any kind of a riot, if they're involved in any kind of assault or that type of thing on off campus. That can affect them while they're here as part of our student body. The health guidelines that we put in there this year are to be in line with normal Department of Health recommendations. So we're talking about hygiene for students. Many times a student can just be sent home and I'll have to tell them to take a shower. But we did want to put that in there, that there are health guidelines that could be used. Because the state of New Mexico has become a state where recreational marijuana is now allowed, I wanted it clear in the policy that that may be the case, but it is completely not allowed on campus property or at campus events. So it's the same thing as being under any influence of alcohol and that type of thing. The acceptable use policy by the OIT team has included and bolstered their policy this year to include cyberbullying. We've had some cases where that's happening, and we had to address that in this code to make sure that students realize that that's part of the code that can be broken, and therefore they can be disciplined for that. The use of wheeled vehicles. As we got to the end of the policy, there was some question about wheeled vehicles, and I'll bring this down. It's just I think wordsmithing. We wanted to make sure that any wheeled vehicle cannot be used on any other part of the campuses, whether on main campus or at the HEC, where there are skateboards allowed. They're not allowed. The use of even a automated wheelchair must use the sidewalks and so forth of the campus, but cannot be racing the wheelchair out in the street at the main entrance circle. So we want to make sure that people understand if it's something that are devices to provide accommodation, that's one thing, but we want to make sure that people understand there are rules about our streets on the campus. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention that to include visitors and family on campus as being under our umbrella for student code of conduct, It doesn't mean that we're not certainly seeking out those types of cases, but lately the trend has been a few more family members or visitors coming to speak, perhaps on behalf of their student, but getting very, very frustrated when we can't share information with them or when they don't understand our process. And so we needed to include that so everyone has an understanding that I think Santa Fe Community College is a sacred learning place. And because of that mission by all of us, we did include that they could be removed from the campus if necessary. And so that's pretty succinct. I'm going to stand now for any questions, and I appreciate your time.
Okay, questions, comments?
Chair Gamble, I think I have a question and a comment
Please.
for Ms. Mascareñas. Sorry I use the example of showering because now I'm just stuck there. How are you supporting homeless students who can't practice the same hygiene as everyone else? So when that issue comes to you, what is the process for you all to deal with that and support the student?
I have not had a homeless student in a report as far as hygiene. That has not happened to me. What has happened and what has been reported are students that will arrive in class in an unhealthy condition or with a scent that's untenable for the class, and then they can be asked to go home and shower. I've not had any issues with homeless students in that regard. If they are homeless and I hear about it, of course, we try to support them with resources in the community. But that's not been my experience as far as my office goes.
Okay.
Thank you,
Just
Pierre.
wanting to make sure that, right, conduct, you started out with this, that it's not the fun part of working on a college campus, but in many ways, it has the opportunity to make some of the greatest impact with students
yes.
who are struggling with pretty significant things going on in their lives, and violations of the code of conduct are a result of all of those things. And so I just want to be sure that when we build these things into our policies and we provide examples, that we're also being mindful that not everyone can adhere to these things in the way that many of us who are privileged can. So thank you for bearing with me. That was just something that
I appreciate
felt
that.
to share.
We do have a relationship with resources in the county and in the city that we have oftentimes referred students for. We, at times, if we were in a really stressful situation, we have a mobile crisis unit that can come to the campus and provide also even a ride to somewhere like LifeLink or to the Catholic Resource Living Center. So we always do try to do a comprehensive package if that happens. But again, I haven't had a homeless case that way. I have had students that have been either emotionally disturbed or mentally disturbed that do need some resources. And that may have nothing to do with hygiene, but we definitely have that process in place to support students wherever they're coming from.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Nice to see you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, if not, yes.
Thank you so much. I've
Thank
had
you.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Bobby.
Thanks, Bobby.
Sure.
Next, we have policy 2-4 student services. Our registrar Bernadette is trying to log in, but she's having all kinds of challenges. I don't know if Margaret, if you would be able to.
Yes, Berna contacted me and asked me if I could just step in because she's been bumped off the computer and now it's doing an update of some sort. And so Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley, I will step in for her. The Student Affairs Policy 2-4, as far as the changes, the primary changes to this policy include updates to the overall language to make it more student-friendly and student-centered. We've also added a few services that had been missing from the policy, specifically the campus cupboard, the Veterans Resource Center, and the Student Government Association. We separated out student government so that it's a standalone section, since that is one of our governance groups. And then we added those other sections. The majority of the changes were just polishing up the language, including more specifics, making the policy more student-centered. I'm happy to try and answer any questions that you have.
Comments, questions for Margaret? If not, we can move to the next policy.
Thanks,
All right.
Margaret.
Thank you all very much.
So our next policy is policy 3-15, micro credentials. And Associate Dean Shalimar Krebs is here to present on that policy. Hi, Shalimar.
Hello. Hi, Chair Gamble, President Rowley, members of the board. I am going to share my screen. I have a very, very brief PowerPoint. Since this is a new policy, I would like to share just a few slides just to give you an idea of what, why, and how we're doing this. Let me see if I can share the appropriate thing here without. Seems to want to share everything. This is new. Okay. All right.
Got it.
Awesome. I've not used GoToMeeting before. It's a new thing. So, micro-credentials. For those of you who are not familiar with micro-credentials, they are kind of like mini certificates if you're thinking about it in terms of like the academic side of the house. So they're small. They don't require a whole lot of work to complete. They are really about skills and not about courses. And they're short, flexible, narrowly focused, stackable, and I'll show you what stackable means in a moment. And when you complete a micro-credential, what you get as a result is what's called a digital badge. And it's kind of like a diploma for a micro-credential. And that digital badge can live, it can live on your resume. It can live in a place like LinkedIn, where potential employers can click on those things on that digital badge and get details, very specific details about what you did to accomplish that micro-credential. Right now, these things are being offered in the non-credit side. So I worked with Dean Swedeen, to develop this policy, and it should align with what she's already doing in terms of offering these micro-credentials, but we want to scale this up and be able to allow the academic side, the credit side of the house, to offer these micro-credentials as well. So I attended a webinar on best practices for micro-credentials, and one of those things was to develop a policy and have a procedure for offering these. So that's why we're doing this. The stackable piece for this, here's like an image that shows, all of our certificates build into degree programs with few exceptions. Micro-credentials, the intention there would be to do the same thing. If you take a credit class as part of your micro-credential, that would then apply to a certificate. That certificate would then build into a degree program. And I want to talk a little bit about the language here, because I mentioned the credit versus non-credit side. We typically use credit versus non-credit on campus. And we very intentionally used academic versus non-academic in this policy, because credit and non-credit have a specific meaning, right? Credit is you take a credit-bearing class. Non-credit is you take a class that is non-credit bearing. We wanted this to be more flexible. There's lots of other things students can do on campus that build skills. I'll give an example. In the student services, there have been programs for students to learn how to do leadership and mentoring. why not allow students to get something for that, right? So in the future, we could look at that being an academic micro-credential. They could use the skills that they learn in academic services along with any courses that they took, like a leadership class, so a credit side class. And if we combine those skills that they learned in both the credit-bearing class along with the things that they learned in the student services activity, then they could get a credential for that. And that's not something we can do with a certificate, but we could do that with a micro-credential. So students have opportunities to get something for what they've done in multiple ways besides just the certificate and degree now. So this is why we're doing it. This is why we use the language, the credit versus, or the academic versus non-academic. Academic basically means there is a credit bearing class within that micro-credential, but there are other activities that they might have accomplished along the way, versus the non-academic is they don't have any credit bearing classes. And then the academic procedure for creating a micro-credential is going to be a little different than the non-academic. The academic side is going to go through the typical academic procedure, which is the curriculum committee procedure of creating a certificate or degree. So that aligns perfectly with what we're currently doing with certificates and degrees. So that's why we're doing this. That's kind of the you know, the hows and the whats of the policy. And I'd be happy to pull up the policy as well. If we want to look at that in more detail. Now I can't remember where I put it. It's right here and right there. So the definitions, admission requirements, all of that stuff all aligns with what we already have in policy. So really the new stuff is going to be this process of the non-academic micro-credential, you know, is based on skills and competencies, and the academic micro-credential goes through the curriculum committee process and has some parameters around GPA and stuff that aligns with what we already require. So that's pretty much it. So I stand for any questions.
This is Jody. Yeah, I think this is great. I'm glad we're doing stuff with micro-credentials. If you could go back to the policy, maybe section 6, I think was what I had questions on. I might have to bring it up myself here. Let's see, section 6. Section 6 under,
is it C?
Definitions.
What are different definitions?
I think it's page 3-16.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that part. First year student success course requirements. I was a little confused by this statement, which directs all degree and certificate seeking students entering SFCC with fewer than 15 credits of college level coursework to take a first year student success course during their first semester. However, the next line says this requirement is waived for students seeking certificates that require 16 credit hours or fewer. Yeah. So if they come, it seemed to me like the first line was saying if you have fewer than 15, you have to do it. And the second line is saying, however, if you have 16 or less, you don't have to do it. So anyways, I was maybe some clarification there, or maybe there's something I'm missing that is
so
a
if a student has 15 credits, so if a student has not I think it's about whether they're entering or whether they're leaving here. Right? So if they're entering with fewer than 15 credits, which means they're like a transfer student, and they have maybe 12 credits, then they would have to take an FYSS course. And I think it's about if they're seeking the certificate that's 16 hours or fewer. The keywords for me are seeking versus entering. So if you're entering, so you're a transfer student and you've got 15 or more credits, then you don't have to take the first year experience course. But if you're coming in with 0 credits and trying to get a certificate or a micro credential that's fewer than 16 credits, then you would have to take this FYS. You don't have to take this FYSS course.
Okay, I guess I'm still a wee bit confused because your first line says certificate seeking students.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I have to be honest, I don't know where I'd fit in there.
We can work on making those clearer. I'll work with Shamar to get that clarified. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thanks.
Okay, might just be me. It's getting late at night.
Well, it's representative. If one person does, probably more might.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I'm glad you're doing it though.
Thanks.
Let me chime in and ask, what is a student success course? I mean, is that a sort of what is it?
A first-year student success course is really intended for students that are kind of new to college, and it's kind of a how-to. They cover a lot of stuff, everything from how to use Canvas and navigate our systems to how to be a successful student. It's very common actually for community colleges to offer these courses because it sets students up for success. So the intention is, a brand new student coming out of high school, that we would have almost like this bridge into college where they come in and they take this course along with other courses, and they learn how to be a successful college student, and they learn how to use and be at SFCC, and they meet people, other students at the same level, and hopefully create some connection on campus through this course. So that's what it's intended for.
But I guess the question is requiring it. Mm-hmm. Is it required? Because we have a lot of students who come in who are just coming in out of high school, and they're not familiar with college, and indeed to offer this kind of course as an option sounds good. To require it sort of almost sounds like what we just changed in terms of eliminating what are the courses?
Yeah, some of the prerequisites. I guess that would be
with this.
Yeah, that would be my question too, George. Does this cost money, and does it add to the time they need to get that credential?
And does it discourage students who are interested in coming in and learning a specific skill, and all of a sudden they're told, oh, they have to take this course? Again, I like the idea of the course, but I wonder if it should be optional.
I'm gonna be honest. This policy. This particular item is a glossary definition and not necessarily the policy itself. So this thing, an FYSS course actually doesn't. I'm not even sure it applies to this policy that well. I could talk all day about FYSS courses. There's lots of things that we could do with this that would help, and that that I think, I agree. It kind of can add to the students' requirements, and maybe it's not necessary for every student. And I think that, that could be very helpful for other students, and how that's navigated is actually through student services. And I don't know if Margaret wants to add anything to that.
So what I would add is there is discussion, and I think you'll find in the not too distant future that what we're looking at is no longer having these standalone first year student success classes, and instead working some of these skills into the foundational career exploration courses that are connected with the pathways. And so I would maybe encourage us not to spend too much time talking about FYSS, because I do think these are on their way out. At least in this delivery form, right. I'll put that. Yeah. The skills are important, and the right. support that students get from this. I just think the days of this being a standalone class like this are fast going away. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good. Oh, sorry, George. So based on that, Margaret, maybe then I could suggest that what that says, instead of directs all degree and certificate seeking students, maybe encourages all degree, because directs is a shall, right? And so any advisors or anybody reading through this will say, oh, you have to do this. And if we don't truly believe they have to do it, or that it's going to change in the future, maybe we should just put encourages.
I think we can do that. I think we also might just look at whether this belongs in here or not, but
yeah, I was just going to ask, maybe we could have this removed from this particular policy.
I would take it out. I would take it out. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other comments, questions on this micro-credentials? If not, we move on to policy 49, discrimination and harassment.
Thank you, Shalimar. So we have two human resources policies that Yash is going to present. 4-9 is discrimination and harassment, and he will also present 4-10 sexual harassment. Thank you, Yash.
Thank you, Laura. So 4.9 and 4.10 is being updated with directions from our legal counsel about what needs to be updated based on what's legally required and such. You can see from both of those changes that most of those updates are to clarify or remove redundant languages in the previous policies. One of the major changes from the previous policy is that we're now mentioning the new policy 4-50 in reference to some of these policies. Rather than spending a lot of time on it, I'd like to answer any questions that you may have. I apologize.
So any comments or questions for these policies? Either one. And in both these cases, they're just updates. There's no...
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Updates and clarification, better clarification.
Yeah. Comments, questions? Well, we're letting you off easy, Yash.
My daughter and I thank you.
Now you can go
I'm
feed
glad
me.
to get to see her. Chair Gamble, members of the board, and President Rowley, what we will do is we will bring these 5 policies to the next board meeting. They will be on the consent agenda, since there's only one minor change, which is to remove the definition for first year student success and the one that follows. Since there were no substantive changes, they can be on the consent agenda. If anybody has any questions on your policy gal, reach out.
Okay, thank you, Laura.
Thank you. Thanks.
Let's see, any other business, any other discussion anyone wants to have any philosophical discussion at 6:14 in the afternoon, we will hold that for another day.
Actually, I do. I have one thing. No, I just wanted to say, good job, George, over the last year, because this is the first time out of a whole year of meetings that we've gone late. And we certainly appreciate your due diligence in keeping us on track. And today was kind of out of our control. So,
well, I
good job.
appreciate the due diligence of everyone who stuck with us through
Yeah.
thick and thin technical
It's gotten
issues.
smaller.
And I don't know what I'm going to do about these technical issues. Crazy. I mean, the machine just went blank. Anyway, thank you all for hanging in there with us. And with no further ado, I call the meeting to be adjourned. Okay?
Yeah.
Move to adjourn.
Thank
Second
you.
it. All in favor? Aye.
All in favor? Aye, aye. Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank you
All
all.
right. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
Aye.
Have a good holiday. You can start it right now.